Just FYI, the video is not up and running, not working. So as soon as that gets up and running, we will start up. So feel free to visit, but I wanted to let you know why we're not starting at 10. We have a workaround so we can start. All right, good morning. Sorry for the late start, but welcome to the Tuesday, June 6, 2023 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I'm now calling the meeting to order.
Timo Harry, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Alisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Ficus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitution 12.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation and the pledges. Our invocation will be led by Pastor Will Ford, and Commissioner Fickus will lead our pledges.
Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning, not based on any merit of our own, but only because of the blood of your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. We thank you for forgiveness of all of our sins, Lord, sins of omission, the things we should have done that we didn't do. God, thank you for forgiveness. Sins of commission, the things that we did that were just flat wrong. God, thank you for forgiveness. So we ask you today, Lord, for these commissioners and for this county, for your presence to be in this room today. We give you the room. We don't just invite you in the room. We give you the room today. We need wisdom. We need revelation. We need the fear of the Lord over everything that governs what we're called to do here today, God, for the next generation and for what's happening right now in our county and in our nation. We thank you for the authority that you've given these men and women here today. We thank you for the calling on their lives. And now, God, we ask, release the spirit of unity upon them so that the oil of gladness can be over them and all of our county. In Jesus' name, and we all said, amen.
Please place the flag.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Matius, do we have any agenda announcements?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. So, before we go into the specific agenda announcements, I do want to say that today we are not only having a regular court meeting, but we're also having a work session that is the latter part of this agenda. And so how we will do that, we will go through the regular agenda this morning. We'll go into close. There's going to be at least one item that we're going to take into closed from this agenda. Then we're going to come back into the courtroom, and then we're going to go into 504C. The work session deals with the general contractor as relates to the construction of the tower in the JPS bond program. So with that, members of court, just a few things on the agenda itself. First of all, under the county administrator section, item A5. This is the issue dealing with the sexually oriented business regulations. We're going to go into close first and then come back out and discuss those particular items and ask the court to take action as it relates to that. Also under the county administrator section, item A17. This is a change order to Tejas Commercial Construction in Sansom Park. We're going to hold that until next court meeting. Under the Criminal District Attorney's Office, item 10E1. This is an MOU with the DA's office and the city of North Richland Hills. We're going to remove that from consent. We will take action on it, but as a non-consent item.
What's that item?
It is under the district attorney's office. It is item E1 or 10E1.
Off of consent.
Yes.
Okay.
Then also under purchasing, which is J5. This is RFO 2023-138. Been requested that this be removed from consent and be considered as a non-consent item. And then under item 11, which is approval of bonds and certificates of self-insurance, we have one certificate of self-insurance that we are going to be asking the Commissioner's Court to approve. The District Attorney's Office will be making that presentation. And then finally, members of the court, we do want to talk to you a little bit probably today sometime about the week of July 4th. July 4th is a Tuesday, and it's our first court meeting. we're going to make a recommendation to you that we delay that court meeting by 1 week and that we come back on the 11th. And that'll give us 2 court meetings that will be 1 week after the other, which would be fine with us. We've already talked with the auditor's office and also the budget office, and we believe that we can make that meeting work. If you have any comments about that, if you just let me know, then we'll set that meeting date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manius. Okay, do we have any Commissioners Court announcements? Any announcements from the members of the court?
I've got a couple. Number one, I think everybody saw the headlines about the bridge being funded at 287 in Bonds Ranch with the acceptance of a federal grant. That's incredible progress for our transportation department, incredible work by them, and the work on that Bonds Ranch corridor is only beginning. So we're very excited about bringing that development, the infrastructure development, to Precinct 4. That east-west connector is very, very important for the citizens. And second of all, I just wanted to thank my colleagues on the dais up here for their action, their swift action in helping us close the Temptations Cabaret after there was a recent homicide, and the swift action of our Criminal District Attorney's Office, District Attorney Phil Sorrells. Y'all know for decades that location has been a hub for criminal activity, and this court, when we brought it a month ago, decided enough was enough. And it proved to me that public safety is not a political issue, that we all coalesce and work behind it, and we all believe in it in Tarrant County. So I'm appreciative of the swift action, and I look forward to continuing to make sure that we keep our public safe as best we can. So thank y'all each.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the lead on that. Any other announcements? Okay, so we will be interviewing. We received a few over 30 applicants for the election administrator position, give or take a couple. And we have chosen to interview 9. The way that works is the 5 members of the election commission submit who they choose to interview. Anyone that asks to interview someone, we invite them for an interview. So there are 9 total that we'll be interviewing, and that should all of them should take place this Friday. We anticipate that after we interview these 9, we will meet as a commission in closed session to discuss who we would like to bring back for interview number 2. Rule of thumb I follow: never hire anyone after 1 interview. So we may pick 2, 3, 5, 1. But we'll decide that as a commission and then invite the finalists, if you will, back for a second interview, which we will try to knock out the next week. It may be a week after, and then hopefully have an announcement on that soon. So that's the update on the election administrator search. If no other Commissioners Court announcements, we now move to the minutes. Do we have any corrections or motions?
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, the minutes are approved unanimously. Next up, we have our proclamation section, and our first proclamation from Commissioner Brooks is Provider Appreciation Day.
Judge, thank you. I've got 2 proclamations. Both are for ratification only, but I'd like to read them both into the record. So, the first is Provider Appreciation Day, and it reads, whereas Tarrant County and organizations nationwide are recognizing child care providers on this day. And whereas child care provides a safe, nurturing place for the enrichment and development of millions of children nationwide and is a vital force in our economy. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated how indispensable child care providers are for the well-being and economic security of young children, families, and communities in Tarrant County and in the state of Texas. And whereas child care programs, which are mostly small businesses, run and staffed predominantly by women, are still recovering from health and financial hardships stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic, while they have continued to meet the needs of families. And whereas the citizens of Tarrant County recognize that child care has been a lifeline for families, communities, and the economy, and realizes that high-quality child care and quality early childhood experiences represent a worthy commitment to our children's future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, hereby proclaim May 12, 2023 as Provider Appreciation Day in Tarrant County, and encourage all citizens to recognize child care providers for their dedication to providing quality care and learning services, and for the important role they play in our children's future. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 6th day of June 2023, and I move ratification of this proclamation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote, which I never took down. So there we go, 5-0. Okay, next up.
The second is a congratulatory resolution for President Frederick G. Slaybach, the retiring president of Texas Wesleyan University. And it reads, whereas President Frederick G. Slaybach has served as the 20th president of Texas Wesleyan University since 2011. And during his tenure, the university has reached new heights in areas of academic excellence, the student experience, and the revitalization of the campus and its historic neighborhood. And whereas President Slaybach received his bachelor's degree from Mississippi College, his law degree from the University of Mississippi, and his advanced law degree from Columbia University. And whereas prior to joining Texas Wesleyan as president, President Slaybach was CEO of the Harry S. Truman Scholarship Foundation in Washington, D.C. He served as the dean of the Texas Wesleyan University School of Law from 2003 to 2006, and has served in senior positions at the state and national levels of government. And whereas, under President Slaybach's leadership, Texas Wesleyan has made more than $50 million in capital improvements to the campus and the surrounding neighborhood. And the university endowment has doubled. Freshman applications have increased 282%. And overall freshman enrollment has increased more than 80% since 2011. And whereas in the fall of 2019, Texas Wesleyan dedicated the new $20.25 million 44,000 square foot Nick and Lou Martin University Center, the most significant capital improvement project at Texas Wesleyan in over a century. And whereas the Council for Advancement and Support of Education, CASE, honored President Slaybaugh with the 2019 Chief Executive Leadership Award for District 4, which includes the state of Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. And whereas President Frederick G. Slaybaugh has developed and executed a bold agenda that cultivates student critical thinking, has increased enrollment, and has revitalized Texas Wesleyan's home in East Fort Worth as a vibrant academic and economic center. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby congratulate President Frederick G. Slaybaugh for his 14 years of dedicated service to Texas Wesleyan University and for a legacy of unifying the community to bring resources, educational support, and empowerment to the citizens of Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 6th day of June, 2023. And I move ratification of this congratulatory resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passed unanimously. And I think a round of applause for him as well. Are you doing Fort Worth Vital Link summer internship?
Yes.
Okay.
The Fort Worth Vital Link Summer Internship Program is a collaboration between the Fort Worth Independent School District and the law firm of Lineberger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson. Kids enrolled in this program spend 2 weeks in various branches of city and Tarrant County, filling the gap that has been created by the fact that we no longer teach civics in the public school systems in Texas. So this is a very vital program, and we are pleased to have with us today the Vital Link Scholars for 2023. Scholars, would you please stand? And they are joined by their wrangler for the week, the newest partner at Lineberger, Jordan Stimson. So I have a certificate for each one of you kids, each scholar. So when I call your name, please come forward, receive your certificate, and gather around so we can get a group shot. Armando Carrillo. Armando? Fernando Carrillo. Fernando. Leonel Serrano Casillas. Leonel. Marley Allen. Juan Alvarez. Aaron Anguiano. Eliano Anguiano. Ardena Fleming. Madison Houston. Rosalinda Pineda. Sophia Suarez. And Brielle Silva. Now,
Commissioner.
y'all turn and face the camera. All right, face the camera. Let's do this. Thank you. Please congratulate. Move to receive and file this presentation.
All right, we have a motion to receive and file and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. And next up, we have a proclamation recognizing Kennedale Moms of Color and City of Kennedale on observance of Juneteenth. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes. This is to recognize the city and Kennedale Moms of Color on their first official upcoming Juneteenth observance. Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the final Emancipation Proclamation, which declares all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state shall be then, thenceforward, and forever free. Whereas 2.5 years later, on June 19, 1865, some 2,000 Union troops arrived at Galveston Bay, Texas, and announced that the more than 250,000 enslaved black people in Texas were free by executive decree. And whereas the newly freed black people in Texas came to refer to and commemorate this date as Juneteenth, a term referencing a combination of the month of June and the number 19. And whereas in 1980, Texas became the first state in the nation to recognize Juneteenth as a state holiday. And whereas on June 17, 2021, President Joseph R. Biden, in a ceremony that included Tarrant County's own Mrs. Opal Lee, who is known as the grandmother of Juneteenth, signed a bill establishing Juneteenth as the 11th holiday recognized by the federal government. And whereas in June 2022, the Kennedale Moms of Color planned and hosted the city's first community-wide Juneteenth commemoration. And whereas the Honorable Mayor of Kennedale, Jan Joplin, the City Council, and city staff at the urging of the Kennedale Moms of Color voted to officially adopt Juneteenth as a city holiday. Whereas on Saturday, June 17th, 2023, in the city of Kennedale, Juneteenth will be observed with a Freedom Day parade, educational and family activities, food and vendors, and live entertainment in Kennedale's Town Center Park. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize the City of Kennedale and the Kennedale Moms of Color and commend them for their continued efforts to reflect, educate, encourage, and remember history and promote equality and unity among all people. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 6th day of June 2023. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
so I have this proclamation. I'd like the city of Kennedale to come up. We have Mayor Jan Joplin and City Manager Daryl Hull, 2 council members, the Human Resources Director, Caroline Green. Is your city secretary here as well? Nope. And then, of course, the Kennedale Moms of Color, Mrs. Tamiko Sargent. I'm not sure who's all there. I have a long list. Felicia Moody, Constable Sandra Lee, Ebony Berry, Flora and Tiffany Relaford, Tiffany Lake, Tammy Loving, Beverly Chavez, Misty Tarkenton, and then students Victoria Lake and Malia Lake, and supporters Matthew Sargent. If you all would come up, I'll take a picture with you guys and give you your proclamation. We do have 2 of these. I don't see the other one, but we have one for each of you.
How are you? Good to see you. Thank you all for being here. Next up, we have our employee recognition time, and we're going to ask all of our, by grouping, ask you to stand so we can recognize you. First, our 5-year employees, Monique Benbow, Zachary Bodine, Eric Campbell, Tracy Goodwin, Stephen Groppe, Bethany Lopez, Melvin Ogle, Rogelio Perez, Kimberly Sadberry, Emilio Salazar, Russell Scott, and Savannah Thigpen. Thank you all for 5 years. We appreciate you. Our 10-year employees, is it Jaime or Jamie Abels? Well, okay. It's one of the two. Jose Hernandez, Cherie Holder, Russell Jones, Jacqueline Lee Crockett, Lizbeth Maldonado, Julius McLeod III, Miriam Salazar, Sandra Sintel, Jessica Southwick, and Arlinda Tipton. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your 10 years. All right, now for our 15 years, Arlene Blair, Paul Igasa, Elizabeth Eilers, Misty Foster, Jose Gonzalez. Jose has a fan club here. James Gottlich, Carlethia Jones, Erica Nelson, and Liliana Perez. Thank you all. All right, now for our 20-year. Anthony Black, James Fountain, James Lambeth, Chung Mar, Nellie Murphy Smith, Vivian Perez Guajardo, Shanta Pringle, Shane Rhodes, Leonard Salas, Charles Vanover, also known as Judge Vanover, Mark Ward Jr., Beverly Williams, and Judy Woodson. 20 years. Thank you all. All right, now we come to our 25-year employees. We have 3 of those and 1 30. So the first 25-year employee to recognize, Lee, where are you? Are you here? Lee Han. Okay, she couldn't make it. So let me read you some things about Lee. She was born in Tucson, Arizona. Oh, no, wait a minute. Actually, I'm gonna go to the next one. We'll get to Lee in just a second. Okay, next one up is Hilda Cardona. Hilda, where are you? Okay, hi Hilda. I got a chance to visit with Hilda this morning. She lives in River Oaks. She was born in Fort Collins, Colorado. She has 1 son that she's very proud of. She's been in public health for 25 years. And she doesn't look like she's worked anywhere 25 years. I told her that. She has 1 grandchild who's 10 months old, who to hear her talk about her grandchild was the beaming you could imagine. She really enjoys helping people, and that's what she does. She travels from clinic to clinic and gets to know the people that come into the clinics, and she really, really enjoys her coworkers. And she is just, I think, the perfect example of a quiet, humble servant. And not seeking credit or applause or anything else, just loves her job and loves to help people, and just such a nice, sweet person. Loves to travel. She's going to Las Vegas in August. I told her to stop by Bellagio, cool fountains. And she does a cruise every year. She's going on a cruise in September. And Hilda, for 25 years, thank you very, very, very much. Okay, next is Tina Provenza-Maddock. Tina, there you are. Hi, Tina. Okay, Tina, born in Fort Worth, graduated from Paschal, and has 1 daughter. And her daughter recently was hired at UTA, where she got a biology degree, a BS in biology, and a master's in biology. And she's very proud of her daughter. She's been with the county clerk's office. She's been there 25 years. She's a records intake clerk. And when she came into my office, the first thing she said was, "I love that building," looking at the old courthouse where she works. And what she really likes about this place is she loves helping customers, and she volunteered for Texas Girls Choir. Her daughter was in it for 6 years, and she has a very special talent and ability. She brought me a really cool gift, brought me 3 to choose from.
Oh, my.
So that pretty cool. And she makes clocks, pins, she does woodworking, and she has multiple of these to choose from. So that is now on display in my office. Again, thank you very much. That's very cool. I'm the envy of everyone up here, I promise you. And if you would like to see her or talk to her about doing something for you, I've also asked her, and I told her I'm paying her for this, I've asked her to make me a little, whatever you call it, a little name deal for my desk. And but see her, she loves to do that, and you have to pay her. You can't let her go to that. So Tina, thank you very much for 25 years. Okay, now, back to Lee. Lee, born in Tucson, Arizona, and this is special. Graduated from Azle High School, has 2 daughters, and Lee is not here, but Lee has worked for probation as a senior court officer. He's been in probation 25 years. For those that know Lee, he was a Tarleton grad. He got a bachelor's and a master's in criminal justice. And why I wanted to get to this here last is just a very good-hearted person, very appreciative of the benefits and the retirement. Says he works with really good people, loves to vacation in Gulf Shores. But his wife, who works for Denton County, has stage 4 breast cancer. Her name is Melissa. And they're doing experimental treatments, but it's pretty serious. And but they are at peace with where she is and what things are. So I'd just like to ask everybody, just take a moment of silence here and pray for Lee and his wife, Melissa. Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause for Lee for 25 years. Okay, and last but not least, 30 years, Cynthia Manuel. How are you? Hi, Cynthia. So Cynthia is also in probation, a supervision officer. She has been in probation for 30 years, been a trainer since day one. She was born in Gainesville, went to Gainesville High School. She's worked at DART, and she has a bachelor's degree from what was once called, back in our day, Southwest Texas State in criminal justice. She started with a caseload of 350 that has gone down over time, but it's now going back to that. And she is an athlete, ran track and played basketball. She has been a trainer in that position since the day she got here, lives in Fort Worth, and she is now on special assignment studying why people have absconded. And her most memorable moment, she went to do a home visit, and an animal came charging at her, and she got out and he hit the door, and it was a pot-bellied pig. And her comment to me, which I wrote down, I thought was something else. You don't hear that in my office very often. I don't do pigs. So, she has been a champion on a softball team with Tarrant County, and what she likes the most is helping others. And now it's the retirement. She never thought about it in the beginning, but now realizes how fantastic it is. Never thought she would be here this long, has really enjoyed her time at Tarrant County, still plays softball in tournaments. She plays shortstop, and she is a USSSA umpire, and she refs high school basketball. But she also, this year, was named USSSA Umpire of the Year for Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana. Very cool. Thank you, Cynthia, for 30 years. We appreciate you very much. And for all of you, again, a big round of applause. Thank you for your service to Tarrant County. Now, if you'll just follow Tom Wilder, he'll take you to the reception and show you where the food is. Okay.
So, Judge O'Hare and members of the court, after you all go ahead and do a receive and file on that, we have two additional items we want to remove from consent. Okay, before we do consent.
Yeah, GK, speak up. Go, get a little closer to that mic, or somebody turn the mic up.
Have any reception? Judge, I'm going to speak from my
All right, yeah.
So, Your Honor, members of court, if we could also include removal from the consent item, we will take it as a non-consent. One would be in the auditor's office, item B2. And then an additional one in the purchasing department, item J9. We'll take those, but not as a consent item.
Okay, thank you very much for that, GK. Yeah, good. All right, so we now have a consent agenda, which is, we have removed Auditor B2, Purchasing J9, DAE1, and Purchasing J5. Do we have any discussion or motions to make on the consent agenda as amended?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Okay, consent agenda as amended passes unanimously.
Excuse me, Judge, did we receive and file the employee recognition?
I don't believe we did.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file the employee recognition. Please cast your votes. Okay, passes unanimously. All right, now, what do we got now? A1, approval of a resolution establishing a Tarrant County homestead exemption to property taxes pursuant to Section 1113N of the Texas Tax Code.
So thank you, Your Honor, and members of the court. This is something that the court had discussed in the month of May, and we said that we would bring this particular item back to the court after the adjournment of the legislature. And since they have adjourned last week, we are now bringing this to you for action. The court had suggested doing a 10% homestead exemption on qualified homesteads, and that the fiscal impact, just a quick comment on that and one or two more comments, is that while we believe that the estimated revenue that would be impacted coming to the county would be somewhere between $28 and $30 million, that's really going to be determined when we finally get the TAD rolls in July. But that's about the type of number that we're looking at. Also, just a reminder, this is a go-forward number. It would involve the current tax year of 23, but it is not retroactive to either delinquent taxes or to previous tax years. So with that, we've laid this before you for action.
All right,
And-
yes.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Your Honor. We have, I believe, 9 audience participation.
Yes, we have quite a few. Okay, any questions or comments from the court?
This is for a 10%?
This is for 10% on the county tax rate.
move approval.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve the 10% homestead exemption on the county tax rate.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion before I go to comments? Okay.
I just want to make sure, what's the average savings per home?
Do you have that?
Yes, sir, right here. It's
Why
right there.
don't you go?
In your packet, there should be a backup with the briefing that we gave back in April, and it's $34 is the average savings to a homeowner.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Now, keep in mind, while the average home, that's a small number now, with what appraisals have done, if you remember when we had this presentation, she had a chart that showed consider the same appreciation that we've seen the last several years, and it ends up being in the several hundreds of dollars 10 years down the road. So it right now it looks small, but I'll tell you, every dime helps, and y'all have seen the emails. I've seen the emails. So, okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion on
Well,
that?
I think maybe I'll get to some more comments after public comment.
Okay.
I have seen some communication and gotten some information from citizens about the tax rate as it is. But for clarification's sake, I wanted to say our Tarrant County tax rate as it is, how it's historically been set, we're about the 6th lowest in the entire state when it comes to the county tax rate. And that's between 254 counties, about the 6th lowest. So Tarrant County's done a very good job at being very fiscally responsible for decades. Now, if you look at the average inside of a municipality inside of Tarrant County, that's obviously an unincorporated tax rate and what the county can levy. But the cities, the school districts, that's where we absolutely need some help from the state. That's where we need some help from the school districts, from the cities, because from our position, I think we have to do everything possible to lower our tax rate, which is what we're doing. But that doesn't mean the discussion's over. We have to be champions everywhere, not just in this court.
Right.
So I just wanted to point that out. It was brought to me a question about us having a very high tax rate in Tarrant County, and upon further research, we're actually one of the lowest in the entire state.
What's the, what's the impact to the county's operating budget?
It's about $28 to $30 million, depending on where the protests come.
And so have we determined what operations, what programs, what takes a hit? Or do we make that up?
So no, we have not determined. We just finished the budget review meetings with the departments and discussed with each one of them their requests, and that we would be looking at this further and closer because we were having a homestead exemption and possibly a tax reduction. So they're all aware, but no particular item has been determined that we would reduce.
So for the public, this is on the agenda today because you have to notify TAD and the state of a homestead exemption by July the 1st. That's correct. The tax rate, which I anticipate we will cut the tax rate, but that is to be determined, but the tax rate will not be truly finalized until a final vote sometime in September. It is required to be done by September 30th, and of course, with 2 meetings a month, it'll be the first or second meeting of September, and we welcome everyone's input and participation on that as well. So I have some comments. I guess I'll make them now. Why not? Depending on what city you live in, so Tarrant County, the Tarrant County government sets the tax rate for the county tax, property tax, and the JPS property tax. So depending on what city you live in, the county is responsible for your property taxes anywhere from about 20 to 24, maybe 25% of your overall property tax bill. If you're in Fort Worth, which is a much higher tax rate, it's a lower percentage. If you're in Grapevine, which I believe is the lowest tax rate in Tarrant County, then it's almost 25% of your total tax bill. So following this vote, we will have a discussion on JPS potential homestead exemption. But if you would like to speak, if you signed up to speak and you want to speak on A1 or A2, we're going to allow you to get up and speak now. So probably won't have you come back and speak for A2. So if you want to speak on either this homestead exemption in general, or the JPS homestead exemption, go ahead and come up to the microphone now as I call your name. All right, the first one I have, anything else, commissioners? Okay. All right, first up I have is Jim Smith. Is Mr. Smith here? Okay. Next I have Charles Wiedemeyer.
Good morning. Good morning. Watching the clock. I'm here to express support for you all establishing the homestead exemption for both the county and for JPS. I want to make just 2 points. Number one is that, as I understand homestead exemptions, they're to protect citizens from being ruined and losing their home in case of financial difficulty. That's the purpose of homestead exemptions. So I see no reason why senior citizens should just have it and not everyone. So I support the idea of a universal homestead exemption for both entities. Number two, Tarrant County can afford it. Our property taxes on residential property is higher than 96% of the other Texas counties. And the kicker is that we're higher than Dallas County. Now, does everybody remember Amon Carter and what he was responsible, one of the big reasons we remember him?
I could think of the sack lunch, but what do you have in mind?
He was always at war with Dallas.
Right.
Now, what would he say about Dallas having lower taxes than Tarrant County? I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Friends, this is our government business meeting, so we appreciate if you would keep your comments and your applause to yourselves. Just get up and say whatever you want, but if this is a business meeting, so let's keep that to a nil. Next up, Danny Kuhn. Is Mr. Kuhn here? Okay. Next up is Jennifer Blunt.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Jennifer Blunt. I am in favor of both the resolutions regarding the tax rate for homestead exemption. And I researched our tax rate compared to other counties, and I find the same thing Mr. Wiedemeyer did, that we're above 95% of other counties. And my resources were smartasset.com and taxrate.org. So I think given the inflation that families are facing, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down, I think it's a good idea to give working families a break. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Scott Casey. Is Mr. Casey here? All right, next up is Kenya Alou.
Good morning, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. My name is Kenya Alou, and I'm the Executive Director of Tarrant County Citizens Defending Freedom. I come to you today on behalf of Tarrant County citizens and myself. When I saw the agenda items XA1 and 2 regarding a Tarrant County homestead exemption and the JPS homestead exemption, I was overjoyed at the possibility. Thank you for considering this bold move and advocating for the citizens of Tarrant County. My home value has increased 52% since 2018. One might think that that's great, but for someone like me who does not plan to sell, it does not help due to our excessively high tax rates. It's not sustainable. As a real estate agent, I have clients who are calling me because their payments have gone up $400 a month. people are being taxed out of their homes. I think a 10% Tarrant County homestead exemption and a Tarrant County Hospital District homestead exemption of at least 10% is a great start and a step in the right direction. I recently learned that for hospital executives to trigger their annual bonus plans, which they call the AIP trigger, the hospital has to operate at a break-even point, and this spending includes what they bring in from the ad valorem taxes. This incentivizes hospital administrators to keep taxes high. Let me explain. For the bonus plan to become effective, they have to operate at a break-even budget, but a large chunk of what they take in and spend is tax money. If I'm an executive at a hospital, I want my bonus. So I'm highly incentivized to keep taxes high. Otherwise, the hospital will either operate in a deficit and executives will not get their bonuses, or they have to do the hard work to cut the budget, just as a household would do, in order to hit the break-even point and get their bonus. This bonus structure is a disservice to the taxpayers of Tarrant County. And I do realize that this body does not control all the taxes. But I would love to see Tarrant County lead and pressure ISDs and municipalities to follow suit. For some, $34 a month is nothing, but for others, it can make a huge difference. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Next up is Peggy Teichlet. Is Peggy here? Okay. Next up is Darl Easton.
Name's Darl Easton. I live in Euless, Texas. I've been a resident there since 1994. And so my home does not have a homestead exemption due to some extenuating circumstances. So when I get a appraisal increase, when other people get an exemption, my taxes are a higher percentage to pay to the hospital district and everything else. I believe in equal taxation. Every property that is same market value should have the same taxes, regardless of who lives in it. We have the government selecting winners and losers, and I just believe we do that in the income tax. Sales tax, however, you go down and buy a refrigerator, regardless of your wealth or your financial condition, you pay the same sales tax. And that's the way property tax ought to be. But every exemption that is granted by the government picks winners, and then there's losers. The renters in apartment complexes and commercial property, they're affected significantly by the exemptions that you give to somebody else. And I think we ought to all think about fairness and taxation and not who wins and loses. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have David DeFazio. Is Mr. DeFazio here? Okay. Next we have John Pete. Mr. Pete here. Okay. Next up we have Sharon Justice.
First of all, I want to just thank you, Commissioner Quartz, everyone, for what you're doing here, allowing the people to speak. And I really, personally myself, have gained a lot of information just listening to the different ones, the citizens that have spoken their mind. And my name is Sharon Justice, and I live in 37 Fort Roanoke, in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm sorry. I live in 3701 Lazy River Ranch Road, Fort Worth, Texas. So I just wanted to thank you for letting the people give their voice. I also wanted to lend my support for the homestead exemption for, and also with just the information, the universal tax that is given to all and not making a distinction between the people. I think that's really very needed right now. And so let me just read what I need to say. So the homestead exemption for both Tarrant County rates and the JPS hospital rate for our bills, I would like to support that. And I would like to see you guys support that. And once again, I'm just reiterating, Dallas and Tarrant, or Travis and Harris and Baxter counties all have the homestead exemptions in place for the county and hospital portions of their tax bill. So I would like for Tarrant County to also move forward in that regards. And I also note just that Governor Abbott, when being elected, he said and made comments that he was going to reduce our tax burden due to oil revenue, our success in the oil industry. And I'd also like you guys to look at how that would apply to Tarrant County and how we might appreciate that revenue in decreasing our taxes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. One more, I believe, Steve Eklund.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Steve Eklund from Arlington, Texas. I stand in favor of a proposed homestead exemption. In light of the unprecedented and increasing property taxes and without tax relief, many homeowners will be at risk of being taxed out of their homes. Tarrant County has one of the highest effective tax rates in the state. The median property tax in Tarrant County is the highest than 96.5% of the other Texas counties. In other words, of the 254 counties, Tarrant County is at the top 10 of property taxes in the states. We need a long-term tax Tarrant County residents in their homes, in which some have spent their entire lives. It's imperative that the residents receive some level of tax relief, especially those on a fixed income. Tarrant County seems to be the last major county in the state to enact homestead exemption. It's certainly past time that our homeowners relief from owners' taxes. Homeowners need, demand, and expect a homeowner's tax exemption. The Commissioners Court should pass a homestead exemption at the first opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. So I don't see anyone else sign up to speak to this item, but I've got what seems to be 50 non-speaker, but sometimes we slip one in there that's a speaker. Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to speak to this item? Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Frances Charlie. Thank you for your service. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I, too, want to encourage you to pass an exemption for the county and the hospital district. My appraisal went up 55% from 2022 to 2023. So a 10% exemption is not going to affect how much money you get. As a matter of fact, you're still going to be getting more money from me. So my effective tax rate won't be effective. I mean, it'll still be high. So I would like to encourage Tarrant County to follow, and I hate to have to say this, the example of Dallas, Travis, Harris, and Baxter counties. I think we should be leading the way in these kinds of things. I feel bad that we're following these other counties. So I encourage you. I'm happy to hear that there's a 10% on the floor for at least the county. Hope you'll do the same thing for the hospital district. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, we do have a motion. We do have a second.
I've got one more comment, just to clarify again. When I mention Tarrant County's tax rate, I'm talking about this body's tax rate being the 6th lowest in the entire state out of 254 counties. SmartAsset and the other websites that have listed, we're above 96%. They're taking it in combination with the municipalities that are inside of Tarrant County. So please visit the Comptroller website. And I say this all to say, I hope Tarrant County can lead the way and encourage these other bodies to lower their tax rates, to get below effective, to get below no new revenue year over year over year. But I want everyone to know we passed a tax exemption today, which I strongly believe that we will. It's not the end of the work. We have to reach out to those other entities and make sure that they're doing their part. Because ultimately, like I said, this portion is just lowering the county's portion, not the municipalities and not the school districts. We've got to make sure that we're getting in the other entities' ears also. So that's just a clarification coming. I heard it said several times. We're above 96%. And so I just wanted to make sure we were all clear on what we're voting on.
Okay. Any other comments or from the commissioners? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. This is for the Tarrant County property tax homestead of 10% only. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for being here in the public. Okay, now, the next item on the agenda, and I intend to take the lead on this discussion just to lay some things out and make sure we're all aware, is discussion and possible action concerning the approval of a resolution establishing a Tarrant County Hospital District homestead exemption. So, when you look at appraisals every year, they're going up. They have been for years. And so if we pass a 10% homestead exemption on the county tax, but then don't do it on the JPS, we're basically saying, hey, look, we just cut your taxes when we know they're actually being raised over on the other side. If you take a look at JPS's budget, and if they receive no additional money this year, which they're going to receive more than probably an extra $75 million on increased appraisals, new construction, remodels. But they've already, so far this year, they budgeted for net patient service revenue as of April 30th. They budgeted for net patient service revenue, which has nothing to do with property taxes or ad valorem taxes. They budgeted $324 million in revenue to up through April 30th. They have actually received $351 million. So that's another $26 million that they have received over and above the $75 million that they're going to get from the new appraisals. So we know they're going to get at least another $100 million at the same rate and with no homestead exemption that they're getting now. Their budget last year, if I'm not mistaken, was approximately $1.1 billion. So a 10% appraisal, a 10% homestead exemption, which is half of the maximum. And I remind you that Dallas County's Parkland Hospital has the full 20% exemption. A 10% exemption is the equivalent of about $28 to $30 million. On a $1.1 billion budget, while it seems ridiculous in this day and age to talk about $30 million as some small sum of money, but compared to a $1.1 billion budget, that is about 2.7%, not factoring in the extra $100 million that's coming from the increased appraisals and the at least $26 million that they have received so far in patient service revenue. Now, some other things I want to bring to your attention. I'm going to use JPS's public documents, and I'm going to use their language. Some of it, it's not how I would describe it, but it's their language. So JPS has not presented a balanced budget to the Commissioner's Court for several years. A balanced budget being what they bring in versus what they spend. They have presented budgets that have included tens of millions of dollars annually in revenue in excess of their expenses. That's their term. their year-over-year increases of excess of revenue over expenses have been driven by increases in property tax revenues by and large. The fiscal year 23 budget included $78 million of excess of revenue over expenses. That was the budget. They're already on pace to beat that. The fiscal year 22 financials, not the budget, the financials, showed $112 million in excess of revenue over expenses, which is almost 29% more than budgeted. The fiscal year 21 financials, and this was with COVID funds, had $327 million in excess of revenue over expenses, which is 71.4% more than budgeted. Now, JPS received, I believe it was $89 million, actually almost $90 million in CARES Act relief funds. We can find so far, they've spent $2,019,000 of it. So there's another $88 million that doesn't seem to have been spent. All right, now, next thing. When you're talking about a 28 to 30 million reduction to homeowners, yes, that may only be $34 to the average homeowner. However, if you extrapolate 10 years down the road, that's in the hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and you're setting the homestead exemption up not just for this year, you're setting it up for the future for homeowners to plan. I talked to an apartment owner, an investor in an apartment in Fort Worth that I don't think anybody would describe them as a slumlord, but they do. It's lower income housing, and so they haven't taken a profit from their investments in 4 years. And he said it's due to the property taxes. And the guy I'm speaking of, y'all all know him, and I think you all respect him. He's an elected official, actually, not with the county. And every year that the property taxes go up, which we all know what happens, the tenants the landlords pass the property taxes on to their tenants. So if you read the article about Tarrant County, that we were the county with the largest amount of institutional investors in the entire country for companies coming in and buying residences to turn them into rental properties. I can tell you, if our county becomes majority rental property, which is the direction we're going, and that may sound crazy, but I lived in a city with 8,500 homes that about 2,500 of them were rental properties. And what you see happen is you see crime go up. You see schools start to fail because there are people not committed to the schools. The hospitals become overloaded. The hospitals no longer produce the same revenues. We have to do our part to make living in Tarrant County more affordable. The county and JPS takes in enough money to provide our core services. I cannot find anything in JPS's budgeting for the last 3 years where they did anything to lower costs of any substantive level. So we also know, and for those of you that don't know what this is, there's a 10-year 1115 waiver in place. This was something that President Trump signed right before he left office. I think President Biden tried to revoke it for Texas. It has nothing to do with politics. The Attorney General sued, and the courts ruled that no, Texas does get that waiver for 10 years. Why is that important? Because we know for at least 8 more years, JPS has steady, dependable federal funding, Medicaid dollars coming. So let's look at the expenses for JPS. Fiscal year 20 to 21, they increased 7%. 21 to 22, 12%. The approved budget for 23 was 9%. This is outpacing every year inflation and population growth. Since fiscal year 20, that was 3 years ago, JPS's property tax revenues went from $460 million to $572 million. a $111 million increase in tax revenue, a 24.3% increase in a 3-year period. Raise your hand. You don't actually have to do this. It's rhetorical, but you're welcome to. Raise your hand if your salary went up 24.3% over the last 3 years. So it didn't. And there's very few people in Tarrant County outside of a very, very fortunate, privileged few that have seen their incomes go up like this. But if you're on a fixed income, if you're a senior citizen, if you're a single mom, if you're part of young families, if you're a young family, it is becoming harder and harder and harder to live in Tarrant County. And I promise you, those people I just named, their incomes didn't go up 24.3% over 3 years like just property tax revenue did in JPS. Now, a lot of people want to say, well, JPS is very important and it provides a very valuable service, and I agree with every single one of those things. It is a very important institution for Tarrant County, without a doubt. And it provides a need that is needed. And we are a blessed nation, and we are a blessed county, and we should absolutely provide for people who are less fortunate, and we want people to be healthy and get medical care. Don't confuse a $30 million less compared to $1.2 billion. Don't confuse that as not caring for the poor or the sick. And how many people will benefit from this, not just now, but 10 years from now? Think of your neighbors. Think of the people you know living on fixed incomes, seniors, single mothers, moms with 4 kids just trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Do we want them not to live in Tarrant County? It is up to us to provide a way for them to not be taxed as much, and this is something we can absolutely do to make housing more affordable. And in a time when every family in America, or every individual in America, their dollar does not go as far as it did last year or as it did the year before, that is not the time to give the government more money to do more. That is the time for the government to do exactly what families and individuals are doing, which is reduce what they're spending. And I know there's wish lists and there's things that we'd like to do, but at the end of the day, we have to be financially and fiscally prudent. And to just say sorry to this, I think, is a mistake and is not doing right by our taxpayers and our homeowners. With that, the last thing I will add is this. Fiscal year 2021, budgeted excess revenue over expenses, $254 million. Fiscal year 22, budget excess revenue over expenses, $65.5 million. Fiscal year 23, budget excess revenue over expenses, $78 million. Remember the year 21 when I said it was $254 million budgeted excess revenue over expenses? Actual excess revenue over expenses, $327 million. In 22, budgeted excess revenue over expenses, $65.5 million. Actual excess revenue over expenses, $112.3 million. We owe it to our taxpayers to provide this relief. Questions, comments?
I'll comment and say that the actual revenue that they're bringing in, not from tax revenue, is a great thing. I think the board they have in place now has been charged and is seeking ways actually to lower the tax rate by getting better at bringing in non-tax revenue to operate the hospital. So those numbers are very encouraging to see that they're moving in that same direction. But when it comes to raising that revenue and getting better at that, we have to remember the purpose. The purpose for that is to lower the tax revenue side of it. It's supposed to balance out. So I think that looking at their budget, though, I'd be curious if there were anybody from JPS here to answer some questions. We don't govern their expenditures. We don't govern their budget. We just set the tax rate and approve this resolution for an exemption. I don't know if there is anybody who can answer questions about their budget this year. If there is, I'd like to hear from them.
They contacted us this morning and said they were unable to make it today.
Commissioner
Well,
Ramirez,
but
yeah.
in all fairness, they were not aware that this was going to be up on the agenda until late last week.
So Commissioner Ramirez, two things. One, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Brooks and Commissioner Fickus, we do approve their budget.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. But second, I did talk to Karen Duncan, and talked to Dr. Duncan at length on Friday. And I don't want to put words in her mouth, or she didn't say I support this. She didn't say I don't support this. She said what you do, we will work with what you give us. And she didn't express a don't do this or a do this, either one. Okay.
Dr. Duncan is a good public servant. And of course, she will work with whatever we give her. However, we have to be cognizant of the responsibilities that we have placed on the hospital district. The provision of indigent health care is one of 4 or 5 statutory responsibilities that counties have. Second only to criminal justice. In a county that is growing as rapidly as Tarrant County is growing, it is difficult to keep up with the ability to provide increased levels of service to increased populations without increased dollars. Now, we are in the middle of an expansion of John Peter Smith Hospital, both in facilities and in outreach to underserved populations. To facilitate the expansion of the hospital district, the people of Tarrant County voted for an $800 million bond package. Part of the commitment that went along with that $800 million in debt was that the hospital district would provide an additional $400 million from its operations to complete an expansion program of $1.2 billion. Now, it's easy to sit here and rattle off unverified numbers. But the fact is that we have required John Peter Smith Hospital District to come up with $400 million in cash over the next 10 years from their existing budget. If they are unable to do that, that will impact the ability to build out the capital program envisioned by the bond issue. It will impact the bond rating for John Peter Smith Health Network, which will make future borrowings, which will be necessary if they don't come up with the $400 million out of their operations. Will make those future borrowings more expensive because their bond rating will go down. The hospital district issued debt this year for the first time in 30-odd years. We don't know for certain what the impact of that debt is going to be on their operations. It's not just building the buildings that are a part of the bond program. They also have to staff those buildings, and you can't do that out of bond dollars. You have to do that out of operations. You also have to fund the operating expenses, utilities, salaries, everything else that goes along with operating these new facilities. My suggestion to you would be that 1 year from now, we will have a much better handle on the hospital district's ability to operate under this new debt burden. We don't know what a homestead exemption is going to do to hospital district revenues. We've been presented with no information on how it will impact the hospital district. We don't know. We're guessing. And I would say that now is not the time to guess. So I will not support a homestead exemption for the hospital district for those reasons.
I think that as we make decisions as they pertain to the hospital district, we need to be mindful that, or of the dependency JPS, which is a safety net hospital, has on county, state, and federal funding to care for our most vulnerable residents. JPS will need to plan and save for future population growth, especially for the anticipated growth of the uninsured population, because there's no Medicaid expansion here. So I don't know if we want to make a decision today without taking into consideration the long-term impact to the health of Tarrant County. This upcoming fiscal year, JPS will take on additional expenses, including interest payments on county-approved bond to build new access points throughout the county. I don't know if we vote today. I don't know if we make a decision today. In Parkland, in Dallas, they do have an imposed homestead exemption. However, it's imposed on 65 plus and the disabled. So maybe we follow that same pattern, and so that we're not creating potentially long-term financial constraints for JPS.
I'm somewhat in agreement concerning the bond rating. I have been told that I think the numbers that you were talking about are fairly valid numbers. I don't know that they're exact, but they are, I've been told they are valid numbers. I think, it sounds to me that they've already raised the $400 million. And so, we're in year 3, basically, I think. So, their budget will probably continue to be somewhat similar. JPS, since as long as I've been on this court, has always made money. They have not been a money loser. Or a lot of our other hospitals in our area have had down years, and I don't know how JPS, I guess we had a good manager in Mr. Early, who sometimes I wanted to strangle, it seems that Dr. Duncan has done an excellent job in what she's done, and if she's been bringing in that kind of cash, maybe we ought to give her a raise, and keep her on. We'll never have to spend that bond money. So it looks to me that we've probably got the capacity financially to do this.
So a couple of things I want to address in light of some of the comments, and we can have back and forth all day long if you want to. These were not unverified numbers. These were their numbers that we took from their documents, their public documents. The estimated, according to one source that is not partisan in any way, shape, or form, the estimated increase to the Tarrant County population for 2023 is 1.39%. So the increase in revenue that they're going to recognize if we don't have a homestead exemption and keep the tax rate the same is well over 10%. And a lot has changed since 2018. The economy has changed. Inflation has changed. The cost of labor has changed. The cost of materials have changed. You mentioned the long-term impact. What about the long-term impact to homeowners? What about the long-term impact to people that live here and what is going to happen to this county? And a 10% exemption, if I'm not mistaken, is not $34 a year. It's $68 a year for the average home. And 2 of them, $68, now we're talking about $136, which will be in the thousands within 10 years at the pace, at least 1,000 plus in the 10 years. So there is no evidence anywhere that the bond rating will be affected by a homestead exemption of 10%. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve a 10% homestead exemption for the JPS Hospital District.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, the homestead exemption passes 3-2. Thank you, Commissioners. Okay, next up.
Members of the Court, we can now go to item number 3. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the appointment of James Weaver as an Assistant Veteran County Services Officer for Tarrant County Veteran Services and authorize execution of the necessary documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the appointment of James Weaver. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Next up, item 4.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Belton is here. Would you like to?
Yes, please.
Meet Mr. Weaver.
Go Army.
Morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. It's very great to be here on the 79th anniversary of D-Day.
Yes.
Didn't know if anybody had noticed that's today. Real briefly, I wanted just to introduce James and the great impact that he's had in our office just in a short period of time. Mr. Weaver has joined Tarrant County Veteran Services back in January. He is a United States Army veteran, served 4 honorable years, exited the Army in 2018. Mr. Weaver is a UTA alumni with a medical services background in exercise science with experience in the physical therapy aid background. As an appointed Veteran Service Officer, this will allow the Texas Veterans Commission to pick up 1 training session for initial training, which is no physical impact to us as the county. Mr. Weaver has already made a impact in our office. We had been short-handed for a little while. However, him being in the office, he's very eager to learn. He is, him and his wife, Kirsten, who is just a recent law school grad, they're working hard, trying to make their name for themselves, and Mr. Weaver has really, truly shown that he wants to be here and to help the 120,000 plus veterans that call Tarrant County home. So if you wanted to say something briefly,
Commissioners, Judge, I just wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity for me to help all the veterans of Tarrant County. And I'm very excited for this position and what it holds for me. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. All right, next up is an agreement between Tarrant County Hospital District and J.T. Vaughn Construction for pre-construction and construction services related to the Psychiatric Emergency Center.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the agreement between JPS and J.T. Vaughn Construction. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 5, we will bring back up after closed session to receive advice from lawyers. Moving on to item 6, out-of-state travel requests.
Yes, members of the court, we have provided you with a court communication as it relates to the various requests from the departments for out-of-state travel. Staff is recommending approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve the out-of-state travel request and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
And then finally, members of the court, this item number 7 is a standing item, one that Commissioner Simmons has requested. It is a discussion of possible action concerning Tarrant County's texture software programs. I'd like to bring you very quickly up to date. We are still in the stabilization period of court. We're working on various issues. While we've also noticed that there is an uptick in the momentum of bringing cases through the system. All cases are being handled, and our recommendation or our understanding is that as we move forward, we will continue to improve the performance of the software. We're at a point now where that we are looking at numerous data scripts and releases. We have large ones coming in. They've been relatively successful, And as I said, we're disposing of cases as they're being filed.
Okay. So on the weekly calls, my staff has reported that there are still issues present. I was advised that TechShare would be on site to assist the clerks with open issues. Has that occurred yet?
TechShare is on site, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have folks from TechShare, Austin, on site. Okay. And so that means these issues can't be handled remotely, correct? That you have to have, they're substantial enough that you have to have TechShare staff here.
So we have TechShare staff here to identify issues as they arise, working with our stakeholders. The various scripts and then the releases, they are developed off-site, and they're brought back on-site here, and they're implemented at that time.
Okay. Some other questions we have is information reporting to DPS as it was prior to going live with TechShare.
So there's various requirements on reporting to DPS. One is that we maintain a level of 90% of reporting aspects of it, and we're still within that 90%, is my understanding. There are other aspects where there are various issues that the courts have to report to the to DPS, and also probably Office of the State Office for Judicial Activities. I believe that I have not heard anything where that there's been a delay on that.
Okay.
We had actually on that one that was a requirement prior to the implementation of court, and it was something that had to be reported, but it had to be reported at the point of magistration. And so we had already developed a manual process for that, and that dealt with the magistration aspect of it rather than the handling of cases after they were filed.
Mm-hmm. I think I heard you allude to it. How many releases have been deployed since May 1st or the last 3 weeks?
There have been a number of those. I don't know the exact number. I don't know if anyone from IT here that might be able to do that. The aspect of releases is something that you do as you continually identify issues, and the software is developed to address those issues, and a release is basically releasing that newly developed software into the system to correct problems. One release is not expected to cure all the problems, but it depends on which problem we're identifying. But as I said, we are moving cases through the system, and while we are still picking up our speed, we're not exactly where we want to be, but there are issues, but we're dealing with them as they come up, which is normal for stabilization.
Any open tickets related to dispositions?
I think that the last open tickets that I saw on the Wednesday call, I believe there was a total of right under 300, maybe. And we started with over 1,200 tickets, and we are at the process of dealing with those tickets and mmoved to a resolution on those particular issues. So we're moving at about 75%, I believe about 75% of all the tickets that have been filed since we've gone live that we've been able to handle.
Okay. Are there open tickets related to accounting or financials?
There are some, yet we're still working with the auditor's office as it relates to that. I believe that we just received a document late last week. There may be 10 tickets that are still open on those issues that we are looking at to see, or 10 issues. I don't know how many tickets are associated with that. We work hand in hand with the auditor's office on this, and their financial people are right there with us, and we're continuing to focus on that. We have not gotten to a point where our financials have been disrupted substantially. We are having to make reports, which is a standard issue with all court activity and all financial activity, and we intend to hit our targets on that.
Okay. The last release that we heard was 91. Are they in numerical order?
Now, you're way above, your questions are just a little bit higher than what I can answer. I don't believe that they are. I don't want to say that conclusively because I believe that we were releasing, or there's an attempt to release either 109 or 119 at this time. And I'll have to speak to our IT people.
119 went out last night.
119 went out last night.
Thank you.
And that is inclusive, GK, of all releases.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, they merged.
Okay, GK, I think we need to let the court know about our discussion with Mr. Dayhill last week, or was it the week before? So, well, just here's some quick highlights. The previous budget that the county paid out to TechShare was it 2.8 million?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
They are revising the budget with no development other than the court management software. They're revising the budget to somewhere around 1.7 million. The people that work at TechShare would like to know where we're going and what we're doing, so they can plan for their futures. And I think that's a consideration that we need to acknowledge, but also the other government entities that use TechShare in whatever capacities. So I have two thoughts or ideas. I'm not married to either. One is we set up a work session, whether we do it at the next court meeting or we have a special meeting, that is simply for the purpose of discussing TechShare, where we want to go, what we want to see happen. Option two, or I guess we could do both, is to form a committee of IT professionals from outside of the county, people that this is their business, what they do for a living, to take a look at it. This is not something that I would not say this is your typical do a 6-month review. This is something where we need to move, and we need to get some people to look at it and make recommendations as to what we can do and give us some options. Do the court members want to start with either one, both? What are your thoughts?
I think having a work session would be helpful, just to focus and drill down on this topic. I'd recommend we do it on an off-cycle week so that we can have time to drill into it. Some specific questions I would have, GK, and I've asked this of our IT folks, is going forward to take over the maintenance internally, what does that look like? What are TechShare's abilities to pivot into a model where they get away from Austin, perhaps bring TechShare up to North Texas where, we bear the lion's share of the ownership in it. So perhaps it'd be much cheaper to have them up here on location to service all the counties that utilize those services, and then what that would cost, and also what our current capabilities are today. I think those are the questions that I'm interested in having answered. It sounds like we've already set them on a path to drastically reduce their expenses. I know that their outlay down in Austin is going to be drastically reduced if we make any type of move up here, and then perhaps look at a very, very lean situation where their primary focus is servicing Tarrant County. That would be my interest in a work session, is discovering how we can best move along with maintenance and operation with TechShare.
Hey, they have 19 employees, and they are going to 12. So basically, the development side of it is going away. What was interesting from the meeting, which I learned, is many of the employees do not live in Austin. They live literally all over the country, and so a lot of it is work from home and remote stuff. Gary, what are your thoughts on a work session like that?
I think the work session would be beneficial to all of us. I think that would probably be the best route to start with, and I think we'll probably be able to get a fairly good handle on what direction that we want to go. The Austin issue, I do know that those that live in Austin don't want to leave Austin. Okay? Don't you got 2 kids that live in
I've got 2 kids in Austin
Yeah.
who wouldn't leave Austin for anything.
Exactly. And, you know, I think you're going to find that in that industry, Austin's the place to be. But, you know, I'm not sure we gotta, that operation's gotta be somewhere, in some facility. So we just have to, I'm all for this meeting.
I think the work session would be the best vehicle for us to discuss what is important to me, which is maintaining the suite of projects that we already have on board. There are, 6 of those?
Yes.
Mr. Manius? We have to maintain those 6 pieces of software.
Well, I think we've got an asset that has significant value to it.
Yeah.
And we need to maximize that value.
Yeah.
And if you read the Dallas Morning News yesterday and read the article about the issues they've run into with their vendor, you'll be bound down to TechShare.
Yeah.
Okay,
TechShare has done a good job for us.
So
it's just a matter of where we go from here.
Okay, so work session, we'll circulate some dates and get it set up.
And
Okay.
just a note on that, we talk about maintenance and operations of our software. The agreements that we have in place now with the LGC to do that, that is not on a fiscal year, that's on a calendar year. So we have already entered into agreements with that through the remainder of this calendar year. Just to kind of put it into place, we all think about fiscal years, those are calendar years.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is the auditor section. We have one item posted and then one moved from consent. First one is receive and file the Tarrant County financial statements for March 2023.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion to receive and file. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passed unanimously. Item B2. Let me tell you why I had this pulled. I will tell you as soon as I get to it here in the agenda. So, please tell me if I get anything off on this. The item is receive and file the auditor's report of the cash counts for the Tarrant County Constable's Office. One of the constable offices, I don't know who it is, I didn't look it up, so I don't care. There is a safe in one of the constable's offices that it's unable to verify the contents because the pin pad is not working. The exact same thing happened in 2019. So this just gives me some pause. Do we have a safe that has had some things in it that we don't know what it is since 2019 and we still don't know what it is 4 years later? Is that what I'm understanding?
We as the auditor do not. I can't speak for the constable's office. We did try to reach out to them today to get a follow-up, and they were short on staff. And the young lady who was there, the office manager, was unable to get actually to the safe to see if it worked today because the door was locked. It was in the evidence room. The door was locked, and the chief deputy was not present. Constable's office are small in staff, and many times there are not people present. It is troubling. We would like to get a service repair done to the safe and be able to inventory the safe.
Yeah.
They may be storing some of their receipts and other things outside of the safe if the safe doesn't work. I don't really know the details. It's difficult. We don't have any way of forcing them to fix the safe other than putting it in this report. So
Okay.
we would encourage them certainly to fix the safe, and we'll go back out and verify and recount the cash. There was not a shortage of the actual cash for the tills and whatever we were doing the day we were there, but there is this problem with the safe that is ongoing, yes, sir.
Yeah, so I think we need to address this in however way we address it. Get it fixed, inspect it, find out what's in there. Having the exact same thing that it doesn't work 4 years later is,
It means that that just wasn't something that was a priority that was addressed apparently, but I can't speak as to why, but it's still the same issue.
and if you can't get into it, then we have a safe that's at least 4 years old that we have no earthly idea what is in it.
I don't know if the constable or anyone else has had
Okay.
access to the safe. I know that we've not been able to access.
Okay. Well, I think we need to, do you have something to add?
Well, just if they need money to make, for services or to buy a new one, we'll find out which constable it is and make sure that they have the money to be able to repair or get into the safe and get a viable safe that's working.
So my concern on this, since it was in your cash counts, was how could we accurately say that there were no shortages? So I'm assuming that they're not reporting any cash being held in that safe.
Right. So the cash was present as far as the count when we were there. But I will say that we've had discrepancies with other individuals, not this constable, not even necessarily a constable. We certainly had issues with the JP that resulted in monies being missing where we were not allowed to have access to the safe. In this case, we're being told that they cannot access the safe, and we've not had access to the safe. So I think it would be prudent for the county to make certain that this gets repaired and or a new safe purchased, and we'll go out and make certain that everything appears to be accurate. We've just not been able to do that.
Do all of the constables' offices have safes?
We encourage all fee offices to have a safe place to store their receipts. I cannot honestly state that they all do. I'm sure maybe someone on my staff knows the answer to that. We do go out periodically and rotate through all the various locations for cash counts, just to have a check for the money that should be there that's related to the receipts and activities of that current period. Sometimes offices have used file cabinets or other means of securing those receipts, but we prefer that they have a safe and that they be maintained in the safe. But I can get you an answer on that. I don't know today.
So the safe is for receipts,
Primarily.
not for money.
It could be for money, it can be for receipts. Obviously, if they have any other sort of evidence, things related to cases, sometimes they store them in there. Again, they're independent elected officials that conduct their business as they see fit, so there's not continuity or consistency always across all offices.
Can we table this item until this is addressed and we know the contents of this safe?
Certainly.
Yeah. If there's no objection, let's table the item. Okay, moving forward, we now have District Attorney, item E1.
We don't say. It's 8.
Mr. Cradaville.
Good afternoon, members of the court. This item is a memorandum of understanding between the county through the Criminal District Attorney's Office in the city of North Richland Hills for the reimbursement of overtime costs for activities of the CDA investigators with the North Richland Hills, North Texas Anti-Gang Center Task Force. This will entitle the county to receive reimbursement of up to $10,000 for any overtime costs that may be incurred from CDA employees associated with the Anti-Gang Task Force.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Well,
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Discussion.
yeah, I asked that this be pulled because I'm just curious about whether this is customary or out of the ordinary. So my first question is, why is this just now being brought to the court since it would go into effect over a year ago? right? Because it says May 2022, and today is June 2023.
It's my understanding that we are putting the effective date there so that we can receive compensation for past services in overtime that the CDA investigators have been a part of. So this will essentially allow us to receive reimbursement for work they've already done.
Yeah, no, but why didn't this happen last year? Why wasn't this brought to us last year, or the court last year?
Commissioner, I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not immediately aware. It sort of reached the extent of my understanding as to the answer to that question, but I can certainly circle back and get you more information.
Okay. All right. Well, that's why I had.
This is about a case that we just tried in April, that we had a witness under protection. So we spent about $10,000 protecting this witness, and so we asked TAG to help us with that, and they're going to help us with it, so they're going to reimburse us for what we spent in overtime costs for that trial.
Sure, but.
And I can't tell you why they did it a year ago.
You weren't here. Yeah, you weren't here. I wasn't here. You were here. But there is a MOA that is trying to capture activity back to May 2022 to now. And then it expires in August, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it doesn't need to be extended? What's the time frame? I just was confused when I saw it, so was hoping to get some answers. And I think we need to pay whoever did the work. But I think I just need some answers. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. That's all the information I have on this item at that time, but I can certainly provide your office with some more details if needed.
So we should just approve this?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, we've already paid them, the county's paid them. We're asking the other entity to reimburse us. We're authorizing the county to receive reimbursement from the other entity for which we provided service on witness protection. Probably the reason why they didn't request it, and I'm just spitballing, is that you didn't know what the cost would be and you waited until you got it. And so it's for services rendered back then to now. That's the only thing I can think of, but thank you for finding it and requesting reimbursement.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. Seeing none, please cast your vote. Okay. It passes unanimously. Next up is item G1, receive and file the personnel agenda.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passed unanimously. Item G2.
Yes, good afternoon and thank you. So item 2, we're requesting a waiver of terminal benefits for information technology. Your core communique explains that IT has an IT resource manager who left county service at the end of April. At that time, that individual had 400 vacation hours. That was at the end of April. So it is now June, so some time has expired. IT is requesting a waiver of 152 vacation hours. If approved, this individual will be able to start work on next Monday. And there will be we're estimating a net savings to the general fund of approximately $2,800.
If it's not approved, what happens?
They'll just have to wait for the balance of the 152 hours to expire. So we'll have to hold the start date for this individual.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. So if we hold it for whatever this time frame is, my understanding is we used to be very waiving terminal benefits rarely happened. Maybe I got it wrong. We have two people who have been here longer than I have. But now we seem to do it every time without hesitation. So if I understand the HR side, if this person doesn't start at 152 hours, besides they don't start, what are you losing or missing?
We we have a lot of different projects. It's a very very skeletal team. That is a team of just 3, and right now we're down to 2 people only for the entire county, and it's a database administration team that sees all of these major systems. We run a very big risk of not being able to meet our service.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, purchasing, item J1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We
And
have-
GK, am I correct that 5 and 9 are removed from consent?
Yes. Yes.
5 and 9, okay, thank you, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so we have 6 items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-105. This is our annual contract for security guard services, awarding to the primary, secondary, and alternate vendors listed per unit price.
All right, any questions, discussion, motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the annual contract for security guard services. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 2.
The second item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-124. This is our annual contract for computer accessories, peripherals, and other miscellaneous hardware, awarding to the various primary and secondary vendors listed, discount from manufacturer's list price.
All right, move to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 3.
This item is regarding bid number 2023-098. This is our annual contract for fleet fuel card and management services. We're requesting rejection of bids and permission to rebid with revised specifications.
All right, move to reject all bids and rebid with revised specifications. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passed unanimously. Item 4.
This is an approval of an invoice payment regarding bid number 2022-218. This is a service call by CSCD to a company called Novatech in the amount of $223.50. This was not an awarded vendor we have on contract for service calls.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
And the next item is an award recommendation for RFO number 2023-138. This is a purchase of HP EliteBook tablet computers under the TIPS contract number 200-105 for information technology awarded to CDW government per unit price.
I asked for this one to be pulled from consent. When looking at the TIA, it didn't make much sense to me. Well, I guess it makes sense, it's the low bidder, but it's a $360,000 contract for a company out of Illinois. Well, the second lowest bidder was a company out of Midlothian, Texas, and it was only $1,600 higher. I understand $1,600 is still a lot of money, but in the scope of a $360,000 contract, I think I've said before, my preference will always be to support Texas businesses, but Tarrant County businesses. Now, we didn't have any Tarrant County businesses bid on this, but this is a Texas business, and it's a historically underutilized business, which the one from Illinois is not. So I understand you selected the low bid. I just wanted to know if those were considerations that were taken by the team when awarding this or recommending this for an award. Did we look at the fact that this business is from out of state as compared to the one that's in state?
No, we did not. Looking at the policy, the policy states that we are only looking at businesses that are local to Tarrant County. And so this company is not in Tarrant County.
Okay.
Is there anything on, any reason why we went with the Illinois one over that one besides the 1,600?
It was the low bidder.
That was it?
Yes.
Okay.
Were you required to go with the low bidder?
Yes, and this using this method, yes, because this one does not allow for local preference. Local preference only pertains to Tarrant County vendors.
Are you required to go?
By
Does the
law.
policy?
Yeah.
You're saying law?
Yes, with an RFO, yes.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, by law, we have to go with that one. I'm not asking is by law or by policy? I mean, we can change the policy right here and right now.
Right.
So this is where we compete cooperative contracts.
Okay.
So I guess if you choose to not go with this particular type of method, we could go with the second low bidder.
Okay, so which begs the next question. If is the only difference the $1,600? If the answer to that is yes, what would we have to do as a court to say go with the Midlothian company?
Reject this one.
Okay.
Is this a bid or is this an RFQ?
So RFOs is where we compete other contracts off that have been bid through other methods such as DIR, other cooperatives. That's what we're comparing, other cooperatives. So if we decide not to go with this contract under CDW, we can do that. And I just want to make it clear, just for this method, RFOs, that method could not be used for our regular bid process, which is usually RFPs or RFPs.
Okay.
Unless it's local.
Select the best bid, not necessarily the cheapest bid.
RFPs is usually best bid, and bids, RFBs are usually lowest that meet specifications.
So I don't know this company, I don't know how, I know this is not a scoring process like an RFP. This is low bid for comparable product. I understand it, but we've had a lot of discussion about taxes in the state of Texas and Tarrant County today. I applaud you for the local preference in just Tarrant County. Perhaps what it sounds like is we need to expand our policy to say if there's a Texas company, if there's, in the absence of a local company, that also receives a preference if there's a comparable product. I just can't justify why we would go to a company out of Illinois if there's a Texas company that could provide the same thing.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So can we, I think that we need to do some research on this because reading the local preference statute, it limits basically to your jurisdiction and it can't be more than a very small percentage and we have to find issues to develop surrounding economic development and economic impact on those. So if we could hold this until next time so we can answer some of those questions.
Sure.
You know, bidding projects is a very time-consuming activity that many and most companies do that. And they expend time, effort. When you've got a company that has followed the rules, and I believe that your low bid followed the rules, or you haven't indicated they didn't.
Right.
I don't see how you don't give it to them. You know, this other company's in Johnson County, I guess. It's Midlothian. I think that breaks the trust that there is between you as a buyer and anybody else that ever wants to sell to Tarrant County. That you might get it, but you might not. If you're low bid and you met all the requirements and there's no, nobody's come up with some reason why you didn't. I think that's fine.
I agree.
Do we have a history of doing business with CDW?
Yes, we do a lot of business with CDW.
And I understand all that. And Tarrant County, yes. And if you want to add Dallas County or Collin and Denton, that's fine too.
Just not Johnson.
No. I mean, you can add Johnson, but
you're doing it all after the fact. And that's wrong.
Well, that's why I say I think if we need to look at the policy and how we do it on the front end, that might be the route to go. I've got no burn myself for this issue. I just figured it merited a discussion, just because I would like to see us as a county prioritize spending in Texas, hopefully in Tarrant County, but in Texas for Texas companies. That's just my druthers. So.
Okay, so we have Ms. Nicholson.
I appreciate you, Commissioner, wanting to have that discussion, but I will ask y'all to maybe expand the discussion a little because it is very black and white, and then we end up sometimes with a vendor that is low balling and cutting in our policy. It has to be black and white, but in those instances, if people like myself and other department heads, elected officials, had an opportunity to voice our opinion about this is number one, this is number two. Number one came in so much lower, but where does that discussion take place? Does it take place with Melissa in private and then she makes that presentation? Just be mindful and give us a chance. If you're saying Texas only, and I respect that, but if somebody truly comes in and lowballs, kind of where we're at with our court software now, they came in and they were, I think, the lowest price, and this is where we're at moving to something else. So if you'll just look at that discussion and consider the gray of which really should be black and white, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Fickus, you're not opposed to the idea of we give preference to Texas companies. You just don't like doing it after the fact.
We're doing it after the fact.
Gotcha. Okay.
Y'all let this one go, make your rule change, and then we've done it the right way.
Yeah, so, okay, we'll see if we have a motion here, but assuming we have a motion to approve this and it passes, why don't you bring us back a revised policy for approval that allows us to consider Texas companies over out-of-state? Okay.
We already have a motion.
Second.
Yeah. Did we already have a motion a second? Okay. Well, whether we had one or not, we have it now. We have a motion a second to approve item J5. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Okay. Gary, are you against this?
I guess
We're approving the contract presented, yeah. All right, passes 5-0. Okay, next up is item J9.
Okay,
And I'm the one that asked for this to be pulled. And here's why I asked for this to be pulled. We are spending $41,000 for tables and chairs to rent them.
And delivery.
And delivery. Do you know how many years in a row we have done this?
We do it every year. We rent these for the voting sites for elections.
Have we looked at what it would cost to buy these?
We just did a quote for folding tables, and roughly the quote came in at $23 a chair.
Okay. To buy them?
To buy them.
Okay. How many chairs is it?
We crunched some numbers. We roughly rent about 1,056 chairs in a year for elections.
Okay, so that's $24,288.
That's just for chairs.
Okay, what about the tables?
We did some pricing on Amazon, and roughly the tables would cost about $190 a piece.
How many tables we get?
361. So it's about 68.
So 68,590 plus what did I say it was before? 28,000?
24.
24,000. So for about $92,000 we can buy our own and have them. For $41,000 we can rent them every year in perpetuity. What am I missing?
Storage.
Okay.
And delivery.
Yeah, I mean, do we not have people in facilities that could go deliver this a few times a year?
Good afternoon, Judge.
Hi.
Part of the problem is storage. We buy them, we have to have a place to put them. And then we also have to worry about delivery and pickup. So that's for every location that we have, polling location. So you're looking at on election day, which we have to coordinate, obviously, with the locations. You're looking at somewhere in the vicinity of 340 locations per day where you would have to deliver, set up, tear down, pick up. There's transportation to and from, which would also require vehicles that they have to use to do that. I don't know the facilities has the personnel available or the resources available to do that for every single election. Everything is included in this contract. They deliver, they set up, they tear down, they pick up, and they store. And we don't have to worry about any of that.
Okay. We just fairly recently leased, what was it, a 24,000 square foot building that Elections occupies?
Yes, sir.
Does it not have room to store tables and chairs?
It does not have that in addition to what else we need to store there, no, sir.
Okay. And we have no other place. What about Green Bay, where no one is? Can we not store it there? Not Green Bay. What's it
Cold
called?
Springs.
Cold Spring.
Exactly what activities the sheriff's department runs out of that operation.
Okay.
We can always check. I know that there's not a confinement element.
This is not the end of the world. I'm looking at it, and I don't know what it would cost to hire a delivery service in Tarrant County just to go pick up what we have. 10 years? I mean, that's $1 million when you factor it all in. Seems like we could do this more efficiently. I'd at least like to look at it.
I would say, Judge, that the cost of delivery setup is more than the cost of the rental for the equipment itself.
Okay.
So to rent an agency to do that, that's where the bulk of the funds comes in. And this is all included in it. And I still don't have to replace anything that gets broken. I don't have to buy new ones when something gets damaged. That's all included in the contract.
So how about this? If we approve it today, before we do this again next year, let's go run the numbers on what it would be to buy our own and hire someone to do it. I'd like to look at that.
Yes, sir.
It could be a significant cost savings after 2, 3, 4 years tops. But I get it, they break and stuff. So I'd like to look at it for next year when you bring this back.
Yes.
Okay? All right, any other comments or discussion on J9? We have a motion to approve item J9. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, where are we? Chad J. Are we to N? We're to the interlocal agreements now? Is that where we are? Okay. Interlocal agreement, Precinct 1, Commissioner Brooks.
In a local agreement with the city of Fort Worth for the reconstruction of various streets. It's item N1A and B. I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to second to approve item N1A and B. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Item 2, Commissioner Fickus.
Yeah, give me a minute here. It's the interlocal agreement with the, I believe, the city of Fort Worth.
Uh-huh.
And we also have an additional interlocal agreement with the city of Southland. And I move for approval.
Second.
All right, so we have items 2A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. That's all Precinct 3, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a motion to approve all items in 2A through H.
Yeah.
Okay, and we have a second? All right. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. And then we have one in Commissioner Ramirez's precinct.
Move for approval of the interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and the city of River Oaks to reconstruct a couple of roads out there. Item N3A and B.
All right, second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 3A and B. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, appointments to various boards. I think we have at least a couple of appointments to make.
I have an appointment to the Sexually Oriented Business Board, Luis Castillo, and you have his resume.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Luis Castillo to the Sexually Oriented Business Licensing Board. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other?
Also to the Sexually Oriented Businesses Board, I would like to appoint Stephanie Thompson of my office to that board. That's a motion.
Okay, I'll second that. We have a second from Commissioner Ramirez, so a motion and a second to appoint Stephanie Thompson to the Sexually Oriented Business Licensing Board. Any further discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Commissioner Ramirez.
I'd like to appoint Dylan Maroney to the Tarrant County Variance Appeal Board and the Tarrant County Building Line Adjustment Board.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Dylan Maroney to those two boards. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other appointments to boards or commissions? All right, seeing none, we move to approval of bonds and certificates of self-insurance, and we have one to discuss here.
Your Honor, Commissioners, hello.
Morning, afternoon, whatever it is.
Yes. This is a certificate of self-insurance for the auditor, the newly appointed auditor. You have already today received and filed as your item A9 the district judge's order appointing the new auditor effective July 8th. And this is the certificate of self-insurance. It's a little different from the ones we brought you before because the ones we brought you before were always the policy default. This one is the $5,000 that is in your policy. But instead of asking that you only approve it for 90 days after the auditor takes office, we're asking that the court approve the $5,000 certificate of self-insurance for the remainder of the term until their 2-year term has expired. They're partway into the term that started in April. This is consistent with the policy changes that we're going to be bringing to you, I think, next Commissioners Court meeting, possibly?
Maybe, I don't know.
Possibly to update your certificate of self-insurance policy, but your policy and your law does give you this discretion. So we're asking you to approve the certificate as it has been provided to you, please.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the certificate of self-insurance for the new auditor. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Renee, when's your last official day?
My last day here physically is June 29th. My last day as a Tarrant County employee and as the Tarrant County auditor is July the 7th.
Wow. Well, we will recognize you at our next, at one of these upcoming Commissioners Court meetings. So whichever one will be your last. And for how many years of service?
27 years and a handful of months.
Remarkable. Thank you very much. All right, next up, various claims and addendum section.
Move approval of claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims and addendum. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. All right, now we have a couple of briefings. The first briefing is the retirement system annual update. Who is giving us that? Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm well. Thank you for asking. Hello, Commissioners, and thank you for your time today. Oh, there you go. Here it is. Thank you so much, PK. Thank you for having me. As you mentioned, Your Honor, it's just a briefing today about your retirement plan, as I do every year about this time, and to give you an overview of the system and the Tarrant County plan specifically. But before I begin, I always like to thank and recognize our chair, Mary Louise Nicholson, and one of our trustees, Chris Taylor, which are two of your very own. So we're very happy to have them. At TCDRS, we are proud to serve so many great Texans across the state. And as a system that's 89% funded, it speaks volumes about how we're managed and how the plan operates for all of our counties and districts in Texas. I'd like to point out that we were created by the Texas legislature, but we do not receive any state funding. We fund ourselves. And our operating costs average 0.21%
of all assets, net of all fees. And of course, we are managed by our 9-member Board of Trustees that is appointed by the governor and approved by the state Senate. In today's presentation, I'd like to highlight these qualities as I begin to review our plan because they are what separate us from other pension systems in Texas and nationwide. We are savings-based, and so upon employment, employees save for their own retirement over the course of their careers. While that's happening, your county is saving for the match that you're promising them at retirement. Each year, we study your plan, we take into account our investment earnings and our returns, and we determine an appropriate and required rate of pay that will fund the match that's promised. And the reason I speak to this court is because you have the local control and you have the flexibility to set your benefit levels and determine what it is you're offering that you can afford. And it's these qualities that separate TCDRS from other state and national systems. Specifically for Tarrant County, your members save 7% of their own income that's deposited into their accounts. This is actually the highest by state statute. The other options are 6, 5, or 4. 7% actually is system-wide average. So you stand at the system-wide average of other employers that have their employees saving the same percentage. At retirement, when they have completed an eligibility rule and choose to retire, members' money is matched at 200%, which is a reflection of $2 for every one of their dollars. And they only get this if they reach an eligibility rule and then choose to retire and begin receiving a lifetime check. That's when the match becomes their own. As a reflection of your numbers here at Tarrant County, your average employee is about 45 with 11 years of service, and your retirees are about 61 years of age with 19 years of service when they choose to retire. And the average annual benefit that we pay out to the Tarrant County members who become retirees averages $38,700 per year. When we look at all benefits paid, we have 5 employers in Tarrant County. We have this entity, the county itself. We have the appraisal district. We have a water authority, a conservation district, and a 911 district. So there are 5 employers in Texas County that participate with us. And all of the benefits paid in 2021 in Tarrant County shared among these 5 employers stand above $88 million. We also support the Texas economy in great ways because when we study where retirees go, it's an economic impact study, we find that 96% of them stay in their own neighborhoods and they stay here in their own hometowns, and so that money that they're earning as retirees is going right back into your local communities. As a snapshot of your plan of benefits, your members are saving 7% and the employer match stands at $200. If this court ever chose to adjust that, you certainly could. You could take it from 7, as I mentioned, to 6, 5, or 4, and the match can go as high as $250, as low as $100, in increments of 5%. That is allowable by state statute to a court in any given year. If you were to ever decrease a match, it's future only because you've already paid for what the member has received in the previous year, so it'd be a lowering future only. However, if you chose to increase the match, that is an option of either future only and past and future. You can also do that as well. And the 3 eligibility rules are age 60 with 8 years of service. If you add an age plus years of service and that equates to 75, a member can retire. Bless you. And the third one is age with 30 years of service. And so they don't need to hit the trifecta, just one. And when they do, they are eligible to retire. This is a reflection of replacement ratios. TCDRS really benefits the career employee. The longer you stay in our system and the more you deposit, the greater your account balance, the more to match at the end, and the more interest you earn. So if you look at someone who put in a 30-year career at Tarrant County, we're replacing about 85% of their income in retirement at your current benefit levels. I mentioned earlier that we do not receive state funding from Texas, and so we fund ourselves. This is just a snapshot of if we were to pay out a benefit dollar to a retiree, where does that money come from? 74 cents is coming from our investment earnings. 15 from the employer match, your contributions, and 11 cents from members' own pockets. This is just a snapshot of our asset allocation. We are diverse across and within assets. And if you ever are curious to visit our website and click on any allocation, you can see the history, the management, its previous management, and where we stand year to date. This is public information and you're welcome to it any time. If you'd like anything in advance of just a briefing, you can always reach out to me and I'd visit with our investment managers for you if you have any specific questions. You'll notice that I have on the screen 2021 return that as 22%, that was our gain. I do want to say that when I presented this presentation, we didn't have our private equity final numbers because those lag since we wait for those. And so I've been given the update for 2022. Our return was estimated -7. It resulted as -5.8, outpacing our benchmarks that were -8.8. So while we did have a negative year, we closed it at -5.8, which was better than the estimated at -7, and that was for 2022. And you'll see on the screen where it says estimated, it now, as I mentioned, it's -5.8. I'd like to point out this gray bandwidth. That's built by intention. That is by design. We know that our long-term goal is 7.5 on an annual investment return goal, but we may not hit that 7.5, so we know we're going to do better or less than expected as long as it's within a bandwidth and a threshold, a level of risk, and that's what you see there on the screen, except for the recession of 08, the subsequent recovery of 09, our great return 2 years ago, and then last year, it's performing mostly as expected and by design. We study your plan. We take a snapshot December 31st of every year, and we study you from January through March, looking at your plan experience. We look at payroll, we look at size of your county, any changes, and then we take our returns into consideration, and we determine the percent of payroll that we call a required rate that will responsibly fund all of your current employees' future benefits, and we provide that to you annually to plan for your own budgets. After doing that study for 2024, your required rate of pay is 12.07. Tarrant County's court historically has paid an elected rate, which is a higher rate than what's due, and they've set that into motion years ago, and that difference and cushion they've created has helped fund COLAs for the county over time. Currently, your rate is 12.92, so it decreased for 2024 to 12.07. And why did it decrease? Specifically because you have an elected rate in place, you're paying a little bit more, you are creating that cushion. And another reason is because when we studied what happened last year, payrolls increased. Due to inflation, many people got raises, and when payrolls went up, it actually brought costs down. So you'll see that impact there. So you went from 12.92 to 12.07. 12.07 is what's required. Currently, as I mentioned, you have an elected rate of 19.50. And if you wanted to keep that in place, you're welcome to. You don't have to. You can adjust it at any percentage as long as it remains above 12.07, which is required for 2024. And your funded ratio stands above 90%.
So I think that's important to point out because talking with our outside auditors, a secure rate or funded is around 80%, and we're at 90%. So we are well funded in our return.
Very well funded, and I'd like to second what you're saying, Mr. Manius. When we ask outside rating agencies like Fitch and S&P about the health of a pension system, they say that if you're 80% funded and higher, you're very healthy. So Tarrant County is extremely healthy. And this is just a snapshot of how decision makers can make the call each year. If you were to adjust benefits, as I mentioned by state statute, there is a range of employee deposit rates and there is a range of the employee match. And in my briefings, I always remind decision makers that that is part of our quality of having local control to make adjustments accordingly. My last point that I'd like to mention are the COLAs that we offer, cost of living adjustments for retirees in our system. Again, they only pertain to retirees with us. We offer two types, one being a flat rate COLA. It's a percentage that everybody would get. This year it's set by our trustees at 6% highest. So you can pass a 1% as high as a 6% flat rate COLA for your retirees. Those are the 6 options there. And then we offer the CPI, which Consumer Price Index COLAs function a little bit differently. They don't give everybody the same percentage, rather they restore lost purchasing power accordingly. So raises vary based on what the retiree is earning. And in Tarrant County's past, you have before passed CPIs, and then you switched in 2019 to flat rate. That's just a preference of the court. We have two types, and you're welcome to request costs at any point in time for any of those, and I'd be happy to provide them to you. Oh, one more slide that I went a little too fast. This is our timeline, and this is really something that we keep solid so that decision makers always know how things operate. As I mentioned, we study your plans through April. We release your rates in mid-April so that this court knows what your coming required rate will be. We always host our annual conference every July, and you are always invited. And then we smooth things out through the fall, and the deadline for plan changes is always December 15th. So if you wanted to make any changes to your plan, you let us know, and we'll be happy to help with that. And at this point, that's the briefing that I have brought for today to give you a highlight of the system, your specific plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for the very thorough and good presentation. Any questions?
I'll again echo the thanks. TCDRS is one of the best retirement systems out there, I believe, and it's because of management and great governance. We saw in Fort Worth, we've ran into some trouble a few times because it's a benefits-based system, not a contributions-based system. And so there's two stark differences, but they also allowed funding levels to get to about 52 to 54%, which is very dangerous. So it set it up for having to reduce benefits, and it was not good for anybody. It put the taxpayers on the hook for a larger portion of retirement. Then the employees had to pitch in more also. So it's important that we don't overpromise and underdeliver, but I think how we've set it up historically, how y'all have managed it with keeping that cushion has been very responsible. I'm going to be supportive of doing the same thing, just to make sure that we're keeping our great long-term employees, because that's the goal. We want people to retire.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it has been well managed and run by Tarrant County, and y'all have done an exceptional job with it and the returns. So kudos to all.
Thank you. And thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
When is the conference?
The conference is July the 20th and 21st this summer in Austin, Texas at the AT&T Conference Center.
These are excellent conferences, plus there's continuing education units that commissioners can pick up at a conference like this. So
Does that coincide with NACO?
It overlaps with NACO,
Both in
which is
Austin?
also in Austin.
We'd love to have you if you'd like to come, and registration is open. And if any decision maker can come, you won't regret it. You learn a lot, and you walk away even prouder of your plan. So we'd like to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, do we have any legislative update?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Schaffner's here.
Mr. Schaffner, come on down.
They let you out, huh?
Welcome back, Mr. Swanson.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'm very glad to be back, and you don't have to worry about me staying too long in Austin ever. So always ready to come home. So wanted to give a brief update just on kind of where things stand with the current legislative session or our first special call session. The House has passed bills that would, the property tax relief bill that the House has passed would allow for compression of the ISD rate, school district rate. Depending on the school district, how their bill is set up, could receive anywhere, property owners could receive anywhere between 19 to 16 cents, somewhere right in there, depending on the school district. The Senate has sent over to the House a different version that included a homestead exemption, and that bill was deemed by the Speaker to not be applicable to the call. And so it's set there. The House is adjourned sine die. And so at this point, we're kind of waiting to see what the Senate's going to do on this particular issue, and there is no resolution currently in sight. So we're going to continue to monitor that for you. As far as the regular session, we will be providing a report to you all later in the summer. It takes a bit to go through all the bills. Generally, well, this session, about 8,000 bills were filed, about 1,300 were passed, give or take, and about 10 to 20% of those will affect the county. Touch somewhere, counties have such a large area that we touch and we move and we deal with, those bills will affect that. And so a couple that I did want to highlight for you all, Just to kind of mention, based on some of our priorities, in HB1 and SB 30, those were the two appropriations bills. They did not include the Tarrant County State Hospital study that you all had requested. We did not get that this session. However, in exchange, through negotiations and a lot of work with leadership as well as House and Senate members, they did create some buckets of funding that are going to be very beneficial for the county, including a $100 million bucket for one-time capital-related expenses for criminal justice-related mental health services. So that's something that we will be looking into as those rules promulgate, as well as an additional bucket of funding for 150 purchase forensic beds. This is a new program for the state. So the state will be sending money through MHMRs or local mental health authorities to purchase 150 forensic beds. Tarrant County stands very well poised to get a substantial amount of that money and work on that to deal with our competency restoration issues that we have in our jails. So while we did not get the study this session, we did get a number of tools that can help us deal with our problem more immediately. And I'm very excited to work with you all and our staff and our other stakeholders in order to make that happen. Just one other issue that I did want to bring up before I know that y'all go into closed session. We had some substantial changes in plating and subdivision regulations. And I know that Mr. Skinner with the Transportation Department is meeting with you all, and I believe that he's kind of briefing you on some of the issues. So there were a total of 4 bills that touched plating and subdivision regulations. Those changes, we tried to minimize their potential effects and to limit y'all's authority as a commissioner's court to regulate subdivisions and plating. There was a bill that would have stripped y'all's ability to have any type of regulatory authority over subdivision plating, but that did not die. It did get lessened though, and so we are going to be working with the Transportation Department to make sure that those are implemented. Again, a total of 4 of them, so it's quite a bit. And then finally, there has been a lot of discussion about a particular House bill, HB 2127. This is the preemption bill. We have worked tremendously with the criminal district attorney staff, trying to identify its exact impact on Tarrant County, and it's very difficult at this point to pinpoint exactly how it may or may not affect us. What I will say about that bill is that legislation is introduced. Many times they have a lot of rough edges. Through the process, this bill got a lot better. And one of the things that the final version that passed did change, and this is thanks to Senator Birdwell, was that commissioners' courts, counties and cities no longer can be sued in their elected officials individually, but you in your individual capacity outside of your elected capacity. So that was a big change that we were able to get to where you all are protected. And that is something that we saw this legislative session was legislation that did attempt to pierce whether it's judicial immunity or your immunity as being an elected official to cross that threshold. And it's a very interesting development that I was actually particularly surprised about as we worked through a number of issues this session. So with that, I'll take any questions, but very glad to be back.
All right, any questions for Russell?
I promised GK I would say nothing complimentary, so I will not. Thank you, Commissioner. Good session.
Tarrant County had an excellent session, and frankly, that's a testament to the work that you all, the commissioners, have done, as well as our other elected officials and department heads, and of course, Mr. Manias, who would take my phone call at all hours of the day and night to hear me complain about one thing or another. So I just want to say thank you all to everyone. So thank you.
Thanks, sir. Okay, we now have announcements and comments, then we'll take public comments. Then after that, we go into closed session, and following that, we will reconvene for the work session regarding the JPS Capital Improvement Program. So, commissioners, do we have any announcements? Okay, I have 2. The first is, GK, help me out. The program where people come back to Tarrant County from prison, what's the name of it?
Reentry?
For the reentry program. So I want to say this to our staff and to our fellow commissioners. This program, we budgeted for, we pay for bus passes for people that are coming back from prison to be able to go to job interviews and then to be able to get to a job. Obviously, many people, when they come out of prison, they're not sitting on loads of cash to do those things. So it's been a pretty productive program. There's been a lot more people coming into Tarrant County this year than budgeted for. So we had on our agenda an additional $17,000 to purchase bus passes with Trinity Metro. So I asked Susan Young to call Trinity Metro and see, hey, this is government dollars going to government dollars. There's seats available on the buses. Do we really have to pay for this? And she was able to get them to offer a discount. Well, I called someone, and make a long story short, they agreed to waive the charge and provide us these bus passes. And so I appreciate Susan's efforts. I appreciate Trinity Metro very much. But I also bring it up, not to toot my own horn, but just to say, I know there's a lot of things that we do to try to save money and look for ways to cut costs. But there's always more we can do. And for our commissioners, our court, and our staff members, look for ways that we can save these taxpayer dollars. And this is an example of, okay, that's $17,000 that we're going to pay out that we don't have to pay out. And I know there are more. My office is continually looking for them. I encourage you to do the same. And we do a good job of it, but I think we can all do better. I think we all agree with that. So I wanted to bring that up, make sure that was known. The second thing, can either Mr. Cradaville or Mr. Manius, we have notified the nightclub, if you will, Temptations, that their sexually oriented business permit may be revoked. There will be a meeting of the Sexually Oriented Business Board for that purpose on June 21st at 9 a.m. in this room. Is there anything else you'd like to add for the public to know?
It's a public meeting. Anyone's invited to attend.
Yep. Okay. So a lot of people concerned about that issue. Thank you for taking the lead on that, Commissioner Ramirez. If there are no other announcements or comments, we now move to public comments. I have a handful of folks signed up to speak. The first is Joseph Sterling. Is Mr. Sterling here? Okay, please come up to the microphone, state your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joe Sterling. Address is 7826 Rendon Bloodworth Road, Mansfield, Texas. First off, I want to thank Your Honor and the Commissioner's Court. Special thank you to Alyssa for hearing me earlier this week. Appreciate your non-biased and respectful conversation we had. So my name is Joe Sterling. Again, everybody calls me Joe Dirt. I've been in dirt business since, well, for 30 years, providing dirt services, excavation for all the home builders in the Metroplex. So basically, on a boat and RV storage, sell fireworks, and a truck parking facility. Apparently, my truck parking facility has drawn a lot of attention to my neighbors. They think I'm a public nuisance, if you will. So it is just, it's almost to the point of harassment. I've been getting calls since day one I've started this project. Didn't want me to tear down the trees. Can't really have a parking lot with trees. They're worried about the truckers bringing in unfavorable people in the neighborhood. You know, these truck drivers, they bring everything we get today. Everybody here has had Amazon, FedEx, whatever. And there's a need for the truck drivers. This parking facility basically is to provide that safe, secure parking facility that we don't have in the cities. Most cities won't allow truck parking facilities to be built in their city limits. So I want an unincorporated area to build my facility. Obviously, not everyone's going to like that. In saying that, there's been many accusations of me being unneighborly and to where, you know, I was said to have made a comment of basically my lights was a nuisance shining in their windows. I got a call, said, you know, I'd be more than happy if anything. Well, first off, do you have blinds you can close? They're shutting in on their children's eyes trying to sleep. And I just simply said, do you have blinds? Can you not shut the blinds? They said, no. I said, you know what? No, they said, don't have blinds. I said, I'd be more than happy to buy blinds for you, give you an Amazon card. So it was just stated that I made some statement is if you're too poor to have blinds, that's absolutely ridiculous. I find that appalling. I grew up very poor. I would never make a statement like that. Anyway, I've only talked to a couple people in the neighborhood. Apparently there's a Kate Zimmerman that I've never spoke to. She was the one that spoke here a few weeks ago and made some of those accusations that tore down trees without a neighbor fence line that I had no permission to do. Him and I had a conversation of that we were clear of that fence line. Once it was done, he had a problem with it. Basically, my point is I'm just here to provide a service and be accommodating to the needs of our people in the community.
Thank you.
Other than that, they're worried about my fireworks that I want to be popping off.
Sir, your time is up.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Jennifer LeBeau.
I need to state my name and address, is that right?
Sure.
Okay. My name is Jennifer LeBeau. My address is 3801 Bel Air Drive South in Fort Worth, 76109. I want to let y'all know that although I am a member of Broadway Baptist Church and support our justice initiatives, I'm not speaking to you today on behalf of Broadway. My remarks are my own. I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to concerned members of the community, and I want to encourage the court to consider the following points as you make decisions about the Tarrant County Jail administration and budget. First, it would be better for Tarrant County and for the jail population therein if we do not renew the $18 million contract with the private prison in Garza County. Instead, by rescinding that contract, those funds can be used in more effective ways, such as rehabilitation and diversion services and treatment programs and facilities for substance addiction, mental illness, and behavioral issues. In addition, using the private prison may be putting rights of the jail population at risk. The right to medical care and the right to privacy in meetings with their attorneys are just two of the rights that are not adequately protected by this contract. Distance from resources, family, and support networks also burdens the jail population unduly. Tarrant County should not continue in this contract with the private prison. Second, the $45 million to $50 million budget for a new sheriff's training center is a sum too large for that purpose. Militarizing our sheriff department is not in Tarrant County's best interest, as that would exacerbate, not improve, the lack of accountability and transparency that continues to plague our county justice system. Instead, I'm asking the Commissioners Court to work with Tarrant County District Attorney, the criminal courts, and the other stakeholders to strengthen and expand the cite and release program for low-level, nonviolent offenses. I also ask the Commissioners Court to seriously consider suing the state of Texas to force the state to take those who have been tried and sentenced to a state prison. The county's responsibility to hold such persons has ended, and we shouldn't have to continue housing them. By reducing our jail population, we will also see a reduced cost to the county. By strengthening programs that address rehabilitation and treatment, we will see community improvement as well as achieving a more just, constitutionally sound, and fiscally responsible approach to our county justice system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sharon Justice.
You have a comment, if I may, Judge?
Sure.
So on the point on the state taking their prisoners, it wasn't mentioned in the legislative update, but it's one thing that I think we brushed over. HB 2620 passed this year, thanks to our great state rep, Charlie Guerin, and then our state senator, Phil King, on the Senate side, and a lot of negotiation with our Tarrant County representatives and Lieutenant Governor and everybody else who was involved. And that will mandate that the state has to take their prisoners within 45 days, or they have to compensate the county for holding them. So I am curious to see what impact that has on the Garza County agreement, because it's my understanding that that agreement was primarily for taking prisoners that were state ready or sentenced, so to speak. But I couldn't be more pleased with that bill and how it came out. I mean, and it could have saved the county $10 to $12 million per year on holding costs if you look back at 19, 20, and 21. So that's a great bill. Maybe alleviate some of those concerns, and hopefully we would never have to sue the state because now we have a law that says they've got to take them. So that was just a great. We brushed over the legislative, but that was one that I'm pretty excited about.
Thank you. Next up is Sharon Justice. Is Ms. Justice here? Okay, next up is Sharon Hines.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I jump every time you call Sharon Justice. I keep thinking it's my turn. I'm here to speak on behalf of the overcrowding of the Tarrant County Jail. And I appreciate the comment about the bill being passed because that was one of my points, that they won't even take the prisoners. I'm asking the commission, will you look into the cite and release issue that was reported in January 2023? That might help with the overcrowding. And I'm also asking you, would you look at the bail process and that magistrates do not have to answer for their reasoning for, citing bail? That might be a cause for overcrowding. I'm concerned about poverty being a crime, and if you're in jail and can't afford to get out, I'm asking the commission, would you please look at that? If we're also presumed innocent until proven guilty and people are sitting in jail waiting for trials, I'm asking the commission to please investigate that as well. I thank you for the mental health initiative that you took, so that relieves some of the strain, but I'm also asking that you look into the death of Robert Miller, who was also poor and homeless, and that might be criminalizing poverty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Bob Willoughby.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Get started here on this thing. What my complaint is about, or what I understand is that from the Secretary of State that you're the top. So if you can't help me, then I guess we're out of luck here. So I appreciate that. I think you're doing a great job regardless. I ran this last election here, and there's so many questions around the last election here. It's terribly how it's ran and things done in the counting booths, stuff like that. So I did file yesterday a contest of my election. In the absence of an election lawyer, I had to do it myself. There's no election lawyers help you, so you got to defend. So it'll probably fall, But anyway, I filed it. Trying to get questions answered about this election, which is one thing I need, someone to answer some questions. There's a lot of questions, okay? The election officer called Bill Hanning, the public information officer, okay? I tried for a week calling Bill Hanning. He never returned a phone call. I called the main office. They transferred me to him. He accidentally answered, so I called him. He was very rude, very rude. I was going to ask 3 questions. One was, would you come on our local voter education program, which I do, to try to get our public knowing what's going on and share this information with everybody. Instead of just me, let's share it with everybody. He said no, he would not come on the show. 2, I asked him, who do I file against when you're going to contest the election? I have no one to tell me this. It's hard to find out these answers. He said he couldn't answer that. He said that was a legal question. Not true. Troy from the election company, I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, but anyway, he called me back. And he said, Gina Bivens would be the one you do it. That was nice of him, okay? He works for the election anyway. He answered that, but Bill didn't answer it. 3rd, I was going to ask Bill a question. Before I could ask it, he said, I'm not going to ask any more questions, and he hung up. This is a county employee. Now, I worked for the Dallas Cowboys for over 32 years. And I have had a contract with the NFL Super Bowl for 25 consecutive years. I'm very proud of that. Anybody working for my company acting like this man would be fired immediately. Now, just because he works for the Tarrant County does not mean that he should be able to treat people with disrespect. We should be treated with respect regardless, and he should never hung up on me. That was wrong. I want a letter of apology from this man is what I'd like. Now, I may not get it. I understand that. But I want some kind of disciplinary action, something to the employees to treat people with respect, to hang up on someone. I spent $11,000 of my hard-earned money running this last election. My money, clean money, not dirty POA money, not at all. And I didn't take any fire association money, none of that. It's clean money, okay? And that's hard-earned money. It's different. When you get tons of money to run on, you don't work for that money, so you don't, it's easy to spend that money and let it go. This is my money. I wanted some answers from this man about our election. It's very important about our election, what happened. and our booting, and with Kat stepping down, which is, she was a ballot counter, whatever. Anyway, there's a lot of things swirling around this election, a lot. And they can be answered. But who do I go to get the answers? So if you can help me get an answer and do something about Bill, I would appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you. Thank you.
Our last speaker signed up is Catherine Godby.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Godby with Broadway Baptist Church. Just a couple of things. First, we are finalizing our letter to the Department of Justice asking for an investigation into the Tarrant County Jail. We have almost 700 people who have signed saying they want to know what happened to Robert Miller, and more broadly, they want to know what are the conditions in the Tarrant County Jail that allowed this 38-year-old man to lose his life. Second, I assume the county is into its budgeting process, so I want to advocate for taking a serious look at rescinding that contract with MTC, the private prison company in Garza County. Are we planning on spending another $18 million this year to renew the contract? And if so, why are we doing that when there are plenty of other ways to reduce the jail population? Obviously, the goal of a private for-profit prison is to make money by incarcerating people. The more people in jail, the more money they make. So if our goal is really public safety, what sense does it make to feed the use of private prisons whose whole reason for being is to applaud having more criminals, more money? Their incentive is really not public safety, and yet this court supports them. Plus, you say you want to save the taxpayers' money. Okay, short term, maybe so. But long term, won't we save more money by really getting to the real cause of crime? What sense does it make to keep spending $18 million year after year, potentially, to feed this criminal justice system that depends on having more and more criminals? Some people believe that people are just born bad, which makes it super easy to rationalize finding these bad people so that we can just lock them up and throw away the key. And speaking as a retired Christian pastor and hospice chaplain, I really don't believe anyone is born bad. What's really bad is the bad theology that idea comes from. Every human being bears the image of God. We are God bearers, and that should be the basis of our public policy. When we start looking for the good in ourselves and others, we won't be trying to make more money by building more prisons. We'll start looking for the real causes of crime because we know that's what will save money and that's what will keep the public safe, and because we know it's the right and moral thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all the folks we have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? All right, seeing none. Please remain seated and silent while I read the following statement. The Commissioners' Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under Sections 551071, 72, 74, 76, 87, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in recess to go into closed session.
Trying to get this
All right, we on here?
Yes, we are.
All right, after a lengthy executive session, we are now back into open session. The item that we had discussed and closed and we're now ready to receive a brief presentation on and take possible action is item 5 from the administrator's section, consideration and possible action regarding the adoption of new sexually oriented business regulations in the unincorporated area of Tarrant County. Mr. Crowderville.
Judge O'Hare, members of the court, the county has the ability to adopt regulations that govern sexually oriented businesses under Texas Local Government Code, Section 243.003. Currently, the county does have sexually oriented business regulations that are in effect. Those were first adopted in 1990 and have been amended at various points since then. It is our recommendation that the court adopt newly revised sexually oriented business regulations to supersede the current regulations that would go into effect immediately upon adoption by this court. A draft version of those regulations have been distributed to the members of the court. I'm happy to answer any questions or make any amendments to those draft regulations that the court may ask for.
All right, do we have any questions or comments? If not, I will make a motion.
Second.
Oh, I need to make it first.
So are you asking that they make a motion and then second before they give you comments or corrections? Is that what?
Yeah, no, I'm asking if there's any questions or comments from court members. If not, then I'm going to make a motion.
Well, I won't.
Okay.
I don't have any questions. I think the document that you provided, the feedback that you've given throughout the process, has been incredibly valuable. I appreciate you putting together the new and updated guidelines. I believe the last ones that we had were from the 90s, and as the county has grown, I think so has our need for revamping and updating these regulations. So I appreciate your work on this and everybody in the DA's office for putting this together. So, thanks, Mark.
Okay, any other questions from Mr. Cradaville? Okay, seeing none, I will make a motion that we adopt the new sexually oriented business regulations as drafted with the following amendments or additions. One is that any business operating under such a permit must close no later than 1 a.m. and any parking lot used or affiliated with the business must be cleared out by 1:15 a.m.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Okay, the new regulations with the amendments passed unanimously. Thank you for your work, Mr. Cradaville.
Thank you, Judge. And just for purposes of the information for the court, I'll go ahead and implement that change immediately and provide a copy to the clerk, so it'll be on file with the court immediately.
Okay. The hearing will go on as scheduled on June 21st at 9 a.m. regarding the closure of Temptations. And with that, we have no other business to discuss on the regular agenda.
I would suggest that we, at this point, recess and reconvene in room 504C.
Yes. Okay, at this point, our Commissioners Court meeting is recessed, so we can reconvene in 504C to hear presentations from prospective contractors on JPS. We are now recessed to move into that meeting room.
I will leave it there and you can collect it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
How's everybody doing?
Good fun day for you, huh?
Now, a little bit.
You doing okay today? You doing okay today?
Yeah, good. Good. Did everybody tell y'all you're limited to 5 minutes?
Sure. Here's the project. We're done.
I don't want those turned in yet. I know. Okay.
TK, you only have one firm in the room at a time. We only have one firm in the room at a time.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'll make some comments right as we get going about those issues.
All right, we're just waiting for one commissioner.
So this is all your team?
Yes, sir.
These individuals not part of your team?
No, sir. They're all part of the team.
Did you leave a big crowd at home?
We want to do right by you, so we're very special.
Goodness gracious. Is he anchoring the newscast?
I know.
15 minutes of fame.
Have you been over to Jellicoe Circle lately? You know them? So I walked around this. I looked at it very early on.
Yeah.
Just about.
They are.
I wondered if they're tearing down.
So the Jellicoe Circle?
Jellicoe.
Yeah, we have friends on that. Yeah, they're still the same size.
Is there a bunch of tear downs going on over there? No?
Not really.
No.
Yeah, we have friends, they've been there 5 years. Kind of back now.
That's where you live?
No, but I'll listen.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I didn't
No,
know.
I live 5 years from home. Promise Levis. Promise Levis. I live down by the lake, up on a hill, road called Hilltop. And, when I was, right before I was commissioner, the county line was the next house over their property. But we got this lawsuit with Denton. So this is one.
And that cool, you didn't tear it?
And that moved, well, it was in there. But it was right on, I mean, its fence line was the border.
Would you check and make sure
From January 1st, when I took office, that lawsuit took effect, and we actually moved
the middle of Great Lake Grapevine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know that house back there? It's in a little circle. It's white, blue roof. It looks like a New England. It looks like Martha's Vineyard. You know what you're talking about? I tried. Probably once
I see dirt flying over there.
Okay, all right. Okay, okay, great. Thank you. Just
Unfortunately, I want to still be on.
We're going to from habit to habit. Hey, tell him we're starting. Okay.
Everybody's got a sell-by date. Everybody's got a sell-by date.
We're going to go ahead and get started here. GK, you have some announcements you'd like to make here?
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, since we have some new members of the court, I want to introduce two individuals that have been working on this entire bond program from the very beginning. And Lou Mattingly, who is with the JPS Hospital. Lou was on when we actually put all the documents and everything that we needed to go out on RFPs for. And so Lou's been with us a long time. And then Derek Walls. Derek is with Broadus. They're our owner's representative, and they're leading the efforts for the county and for the hospital district. So you'll see these individuals as we continue to build onto the new campus, and they both do an excellent job. For those that are in the audience, I need to ask, is there anyone in the audience here that is with the BEC organization? Okay, this is an open meeting, but we have sequestered BEC of viewing this on live stream. And just want to make sure that everybody knew that, and they fully agreed with that. So they are not watching your presentation, and we are not going to live stream Beck's presentation until the meeting is totally over with. Okay, very good. Your Honor, that's all my comments. The first group is Paige, and Derek. Do you have any comments about Paige before we get started?
No, I don't, but just to say that the selection committee at JPS went through a pretty exhaustive process with Lou and his team, developed the scores, and it was ranked 1 and 2, and that went to the JPS planning committee and then on to the board, and that's what brings them here today is for these two firms. And this is a team, and they'll probably explain that, of Page as one company and Hoffer Welker as a team.
Okay.
Turning it over?
Yes.
Thank you very much. John, we'll start us out.
Yes, to start off, my name is John Castorina, and I'm the managing partner of Hoffer Welker, and I will serve as the design director and lead designer on this project.
Beth?
Hi. Hi, Haywan Kim Lebrod, and I'm the lead medical planner.
I'm Jaron Ricketts. I'll be your project director and a daily point of contact.
I'm Beth Carroll. I'm a principal at Page, and I will be your senior medical planner on the project.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jason Williamson with Dunaway, civil engineer and liaison with the state board.
I'm Nora Coleman. I am a practicing critical care physician, and I serve on the healthcare advisory board for Page.
I'm Darren Harvey. I'm a mechanical engineer by trade with SSR. I'll be the principal in charge of the engineering systems for the project.
Hi, I'm Melba Cleveland, and I'm the community compliance coordinator.
And my name's Robert Dow. I'll be the principal in charge, and I'm here to make sure that our team and your team work extremely well and extremely efficiently together. You know, thank you so much for having us. I know, good grief, it's a big, long agenda for you guys, and then you got to break out of that and then come into 2 more meetings for that. So we're really going to try to be mindful of your time, but at the same time, really talk to you a little bit about who we are, what our approach is, and how our team integrates very well into a historically underutilized business environment. Sorry for the tongue twister there. And then a little bit about our shared values in this program. So really, this project is really about you. Your project is totally mission focused. This is not one hospital project. This is 5 years into a bond program that you've really been developing and working hard for. And it's about your community. It's about a generational aspect of what we can do for healthcare. It is completely community driven. This is going to be a staple for your community and healthcare for the next 50 years. And ultimately, this project is going to be transformative for you, your campus, for Tarrant County, for all of your patrons and your staff. When we look at the team, we talk about the 9 people in the room that represent our team together, but this really starts with JPS. We talk about an executive leadership team, and Jaron and myself working together to make sure your day-to-day operations are met. But this team's so much broader than that. We talk about the design component that John Castorena is leading, or Haywan and Beth in the planning process, which is going to be so important to each one of your stakeholders as you go through. And then an exhaustive implementation team, because this is a very large project, but it's also intertwined with an adjacent project and then 4 more projects that are working here, as you guys are well aware. Lastly, we have an advisory team. We talked about Dr. Coleman and how that advisory group really shares information based on analytics, based on facts, based on research, for how we pull all those elements together as a team to make really informed decisions about how you can practice healthcare in a leaner fashion, a better fashion, a more patient-centric fashion moving forward. And then we look at the whole entire consultancy team that we talked about. 40% of that team is from Tarrant County. More than 25% of that team is hub businesses and hub enterprises that we are working directly with. Beth is going to talk to you a little bit more about that process. So what does this team bring? A trusted advisor. We know this business, we live in this business, we work passionately in this business. But all of that said, it's not our project. We're here to guide you. We're here to work with you as a partner, as a collaborator. This is your vision. We're here to pull that vision out and make that vision your JPS vision for your clients and your client base. When the RFP was sent out, you actually looked for 3 things, 3 very specific things for experience. You said, hey, what is your ability with safety net hospitals? Well, this is a safety net hospital, but we've done multiple safety net hospitals. We understand what that means, not just for Tarrant County, but for Dallas County and across the United States. We've done 6 of these in the last 5 years. When we look at this project, very much one piece of 2 million square feet, and how is that going to integrate? Well, this is St. Francis in Tulsa, Oklahoma. This is just one example of many projects we've done. This is an 8-year plan. It took 14 phases to get there, but we understand the delicateness of how you keep your operation open and your functioning hospital working while you're working to connect all these pieces. Very successful at that process. And lastly, we'll look at academic medical centers. And this team did both phase 1 and phase 2 of the UT Southwestern project. 2 different teams in there, the Hafer-Welker team delivering the project, but the Page team was actually working on behalf of UT Southwestern as their quality assurance architect. So we were working together to understand what that was. Sort of on opposite sides of the fence, but we don't really look at it that way because of how the teams have to come together to merge. Lastly, when we talk about these projects, there's a master planning component to this, and it's really a regenerative plan for your campus. So when we look at this, this is the UT Southwestern Clements campus, 40-acre campus, 14 years in the making. Yours is 7 years so far in the making and still another 5 to 7 years to go. But it's going to be about the same, but just a little bit more campus integration here for things. So we know how to do this campus integration. We love to do this campus integration. But in addition to that, this team brings multitudes of replacement hospitals, bed towers, understanding the nuance of critical care, clinical care, 5,000 beds we've done just in the behavioral health arena. So we understand when you say, hey, we need to move behavioral health over here for beds, but we need them on an interim basis, and how are we going to take those and repurpose them to something else as we move through our program for design? So we look a little bit, we talk about the Hafer-Welker component and the Page component. So what is that? Well, I want to set the table for that a little bit because Hafer-Welker is working currently on your North Pavilion project right now. So they're actively involved on a weekly basis right now, working in the podiums with the emergency, with the surgery product. 2 years ago, before they were ever even awarded this project, John and I talked and said, hey, this is a really good collaboration. And if we can take Page's 1,300 people in 7 offices and put them together with what you guys are doing and how you really orchestrated what you did at Clements and now what you're specifically doing at JPS, that we will be a power, we will be a force. We will really help JPS to recognize where they want to go. And so we bring both of those together as a team for continuity to deliver with you guys. And we've worked on 4 projects together, so we know how each other think. We're excited about that process.
Yeah, so not only are we design professionals, we're members and citizens of the community that we serve. And so we feel like it's important to give back to the communities in which we work. So on the screen, you can see a few of the organizations that the design partners and I that we participate in on a weekly or monthly basis. And for myself, I sit on the executive board of the Near Southside District, which will play an instrumental role in the success of getting this project permitted on time. So I think having a good understanding of the standards and guidelines and working with the Urban Design Commission and the City of Fort Worth should set us apart and get this thing to the finish line for you.
So the last thing I want to really touch on was our peers. Both Page and Hafer Welker have been honored really to work in so many different realms where we've been recognized for how we do design, how we have evidence-based research that bases that, but not just that with the federal government on project delivery, on how we take really nasty, stickly, ugly, and expensive renovation projects and pull them together so that they're on time and in budget. And we have been awarded for that. And lastly, the University of Texas system has recognized us on multiple occasions for our programs in developing historically underutilized businesses and working with them and our teams.
So as Jason and Robert mentioned, our collective team, our company's office here, we have members on our team that live here called Fort Worth and Tarrant County Home. And we have several projects that we've implemented through the years here in Fort Worth area and have some current ongoing projects under construction with, for example, the TCU new medical school right now. So it's very important we have a commitment to the project and its successful delivery here. But also that our MWBPE, as we've been developing relationships over the years, we've been out in the industry actively engaging in those partnerships. And then as we make those connections, we're going to each other's offices. We're seeing how each other works because it's a two-way mentorship for us. We're sharing our knowledge and resources and tools together. And we have worked with partners for over a decade or more and have continued to exceed the percentages that have been asked for us because we're really in it for the long run to really learn those partnerships together.
There is nothing more important than to support and hire minority, woman-owned, and veteran-owned businesses and small businesses. As coordinator, I will make sure this team implements those methodologies and we're successful. So we will strive for 3 objectives. As Beth mentioned, the first is to meet or exceed Tarrant County Hospital District's target goal of 25% and track those percentages for consistency throughout the project. We will understand the JPS portal B2G now for contract and vendor compliance. If for any reason we are audited for noncompliance, swift action will be taken to correct. I am proud to say that we have proceeded with this project and methodology throughout the duration of our projects, federal, state of Texas, and local, with great success.
But we also don't just look outward, we look inward with our companies and what we are bringing from diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we want to engage with our colleges and universities, and we're really working for mentorships and building up careers and longevities of being within our companies. We have 42% of new hires have been minorities, 48% of those hires have been women. We serve in leadership roles in our companies, and we are part of the executive decision-making at those companies. So it's really important to highlight that we have a seat at the table and we're very much engaged in those partnerships. But also, when we're on the project, we want to assure that we are listening to all ideas and understanding where all of the components are coming from. So understanding the purpose and the why, and then we can help bring in a process to help with the how. So all voices are heard, and we're making sure we're getting an equitable engagement and active participation. So the level of engagement we want from the community to really understand the needs for the hospital facility and incorporating that into the design and processing that information through.
Thanks, Pat. So I'm going to talk about the design process now. And the foundation to this design process is reliant on JPS's strategic plan. In 2021, they developed their strategic plan that showed the initiatives and the enablers, and we take that and start formulating the design around it. But we can't do this without their participation. But knowing that they're in charge of the health and safety of the community, we have to make their administrative challenges simple more than anything else. And we really work hard on this when it comes to effective communication, thorough documentation. Sometimes what we do is complicated, as you'll see through this presentation, so it's our job to make it extremely understandable for everyone to be able to digest it. Expeditious solutions are imperative, especially in this climate with costing that can change literally daily. So we work hard at getting those solutions done quickly. And then being able to navigate JPS on decisions today and what the impacts are going to be downstream. So how do we do that? Well, we go through 4 different types of processes and protocols: discovery, ideation, implementation, and documentation. Discovery is vastly important. We're doing that right now on the Pavilion project to understand current state, what's actually going on, what can the building handle, what are the processes that are in place. With ideation, that's where we start looking at current clinical patterns and support patterns as well as diagnostic patterns, and start determining with JPS what's that desired future state. How do we want to render care in the future? In implementation, this is real important because at the speed things have to happen, we have to codify process and protocols so that everyone understands this is how we do things in a very disciplined and sequential manner. And then finally, documentation, which is incredibly important. What we'll create is a digital harbor, a BIM model. And from that BIM model, it has to lead to the enhanced constructability of the project. But what's really important with this is that allowing real-time collaboration so everyone at any time can jump into that information and have access to it. So, as we said before, this is a multi-phase project. There is a hospital, there's a pavilion expansion, there's a central energy plant, there's an MOB, there's parking garages, there's many things going on. That piece in the blue is what we're working on today, which is the pavilion. And it has surgical component and emergency room component. As you can see, it's a continuation almost of this project, the replacement hospital. But there will be multiple teams working on these things, so we have to ensure that we have seamless team collaboration. And as the presentation goes on, Jaron will discuss how we do that. And then most importantly, identifying those critical path issues. The critical path is incredibly important because in this environment of labor shortages, right, supply chain issues and inflation, we have to understand what every component of the project is doing so we can address them appropriately so that it can be done in that expeditious manner.
Well, I'm not much on presentations. I like to have a conversation. And my mom said that God designed me to talk to a tree if it talk back. So if it's all right with you guys, I'm going to pretend this is a conversation. But what I'd like to talk to you about, as John mentioned, is the immense amount of collaboration that's going to be required to go through this project. This project is going to have lots of challenges as we go. A lot of them we already know what they are, but it's also going to have potential issues. Some of those we don't know yet. But all of this multiplied by 3 projects is going to create chaos. It just will if we don't manage it properly to identify the solutions. What we propose at the center of this is a multi-project leadership team that you see here today to organize that chaos, to manage it for you, to work with your teams, your team of experts that you've assembled on your side, so that it is one large collaborative team. Each project is going to have its issues, but our job is to identify them from project discovery, from ideation, through to the design phase to construction. When you look at each of those, each project has got their phases and they all have their issues.
Yeah, so
Jason,
just,
would you like to talk about the city impacts?
yeah, so just acknowledging that a project of this magnitude does have significant challenges. We're talking about public infrastructure, working with our franchise utility providers, and authorities having jurisdiction. Unfortunately for our team, a lot of us have intimate knowledge with the site itself, but also with JPS, with the near south side, which will have heavy involvement in what we do with respect to getting it through the standards and guidelines. And then also deep relationships with the city for work. We all know it takes a good bit of work to get projects to the city these days, and our team collectively, we have the relationships that get us through there as quickly as possible.
Well, and the key here for us is to work with our consultants and work with you guys to identify these issues as they go, so that they're just challenges for us so that we can solve them. From in design, working through budget validation and that GMP alignment to scope and early procurement packages. Darren, if you'd like to talk to the group about things we're going to look through in the ideation.
Yeah, thank you. So we're currently working on the pavilion project and are now having weekly meetings with Jacobs on the central energy plant project. So we're trying to marry up the pavilion utilities with a brand new central plant to make sure that transition is smooth. It's an occupied building. It's got patients in it. You have to be very careful about what you're doing. On the opposite side, the hospital comes into play, and it's also going to want to connect to the same central plant. There's medical office buildings. There's other things out there. So we're from the day we started the pavilion, actually, we knew these other projects were coming, and we're master planning this with Jacobs and trying to make sure that we do the right thing for the long term of the campus. It's a really exciting opportunity to kind of recreate all your infrastructure.
Yeah. Well, then once we get into construction, really what we need to start doing is prior to that, start understanding potential phases, as well as having a strategy for timed occupancy so that gives you the flexibility to build some now and some later. Because we don't know where this project, how this building is going to serve your community fully into the future, so we're going to develop that flexibility into the design. But then you multiply that by 3 projects. You have 12 potential areas where challenges are going to come up, where issues will come up. Our group is proposing a team to help solve that for you. The key thing here is that we really need to find the critical alignment between all 3 of these projects. We're already actively working through this with the JPS leadership team, as Darren mentioned, with the Jacobs CEP team. We're already doing this.
Okay. About the design, architecture is an art and science. And with that, the design process, there is a process and a goal. The process is to merge those creative and analytical skills. The goal is to develop a preferred future. Now, that preferred future has a formula. And that 2021 document was the most valuable thing we could get our hands on because it identified the exact strategic initiatives that JPS was looking for. It also identified the enablers and the performance requirements that were required to make this a futuristic hospital, and that will lead to JPS's design. Now, the 4 tiers that were in that document were very informative, and as you go through the tiers, they tend to get more and more detail. The first tier was what the strategic initiatives were, from standards of culture, develop and delivery, future models, healthy communities. Going down, which meant it give the enablers, reimagining what these facilities should be. Those enablers then created those focus areas, everything from workforce retention, how do you manage your resources, eliminating waste, and then those identified the metrics, how we were going to gauge success at the end, whether it be through procedural utilization or benchmark comparisons, scope, budget, schedule, and patient satisfaction as well. So our process not only designs, but we have a system where we check to make sure that we are adhering to these performance indicators. Nora is going to come up, and so is Beth, and we're going to talk about long-term and short-term, so how our design affects the community as a whole in the macro, and also how it affects, at a micro, the interior of the hospital as well.
So as we look at the JPS strategic plan, it helps us create a great framework to work into our process that is designed for impact. So we really want to talk about what's the story we want to tell, and how are we going to measure it, and what are the metrics we need to create those measurements. So as we look at it, we want to hone in on some of the building elements. How is the building performing? So we want to look at the energy analysis, the water usage, the quality of the environment. But in addition to that, how is the building performing for the occupants? How is it contributing to their well-being when they're within the facility? But also outwardly, how is it being a good steward and a good neighbor to the community? So looking at those components and tying it into the JPS framework of the strategic initiatives. Our group worked to help develop a tool with a large firm, Roundtable, the American Institute of Architects, with the environmental justice tool. This is just an example of one tool where we can go find the data and process analytics. So this tool helps us across the nation, look at socioeconomic conditions, environmental conditions, climate conditions, amenities that are within a neighborhood, and look at that current state model. But then we can go back on the back end of the project and really see, did we help the community? What did we do to improve those metrics? So that's just one of something we can look at as we're processing the analytics and creating what we're measuring too. We also want to look at it from a monetary perspective. So once the building's occupied and we start looking post-occupancy, what did we give back to the community with economic improvement? And again, some of those energy and environmental performances. Is the building performing to what we hoped it would with our initial goal?
So I'm really passionate about thinking about facility design and looking at it through a lens that focuses on patient safety. And so how do we do that? So simulation is actually a really great strategy that allows us to vet how well our design meets patient safety metrics. It brings a large effective user group of frontline staff to the table where they engage in clinical scenarios, and that really lets us test and probe that built environment to proactively identify threats to patient safety, and then we work with the design team to make design modifications so that we can mitigate risk really early on in design. So Beth is going to talk a little bit about room design, but we know that the ability to have acuity adaptable spaces is really important to JPS. And so simulation is a way that we would vet that. These rooms, they need to accommodate the best day in a patient's life, maybe discharge, right? Or routine clinical care events like admission, and they also need to be able to work and function for the worst day in the patient's life. Maybe that's cardiac arrest, or maybe that's cannulation to ECMO. This is also a really tough day for staff, right? Across the country, hospital institutions are really struggling with staff satisfaction and staff retention. We want to work in a place that is safe and that is efficient so that we can deliver the best care that we can. And we want to work for an institution that listens to us and brings us to the table. And that's exactly what simulation does. It really empowers your frontline staff. It gives them a voice, and it makes them feel like they're being listened to, so that when this building opens, they are confident that they are moving and working in a place that's going to be safe for their patients, safe for themselves, because staff safety is a big concern these days, and that it's going to be efficient for their workflow. And so, I went the wrong way. Sorry about that. And so this doesn't just work in theory, it actually works in practice, and we have had experience with Paige doing this type of work. So at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, where I practice, we are building a 1.5 million square foot hospital. We actually conducted simulations. We ran 15 clinical areas. We tested, we brought in 800 clinical staff. We evaluated 700 latent conditions. We mitigated 62% of those latent conditions with design modifications, and that resulted in a cost avoidance of $90 million. So simulation is really optimally placed on your cost influence curve, where the impact is really high, but the cost is low.
So when we began designing the UT Southwestern Clemens University Hospital, one of the things that they wanted to do was to improve their HCAHPS scores, which measures patient satisfaction, so that ultimately they can increase their reimbursement. So to do that, we looked at two different factors. We looked at one, increasing direct nursing time, and two, improving quietness within the unit. And as Nora mentioned, we applied simulation to design the nursing unit. And through that process, what we discovered was that the nurses spent a lot of time going back and forth from the supply closet. So through utilizing very simple but very creative design solutions. What we were able to do was to eliminate almost 21,000 hours of nursing travel time so that they can actually spend more time taking care of the patients, in turn increasing their patient satisfaction. The other aspect that we looked at was to create a quieter nursing unit. Noise can be a stress generator, right? So again, we looked at different sources that were generating the noise. We looked at ways in which we can either isolate, eliminate, or even contain those noise generations. Applied many different solutions, and were able to reduce the noise level so that they can hit the 90th percentile on their HCAHPS scores. And just like JPS, they wanted to create adaptable and flexible nursing unit. Again, we came up with a flexible module for the nursing unit design, pair that with flexible mechanical system design, and we were able to create a very highly effective and flexible nursing unit. This was recently tested during the pandemic, where they were able to utilize this design to and test it in real life, where it actually proved that it was successful at either increasing or decreasing the nursing bed unit so that it can support the changing patient volumes throughout the week.
So this project includes 588 patient rooms. That's a lot of space. Within these patient rooms, the average length of stay at JPS is 7 days. There's over 1,000 interactions that happen in this room with the patient and families, centered around the delivery of care and the environmental quality. And that's going to translate to the consumer experience, but also into the HCAHPS scores, which connects back to reimbursement and also the rating of the quality of care and the experience the patient and families are getting. So it's really important to get these patient rooms correct. And so we will work with the team to establish the design of the patient rooms, the adaptability and flexibility, setting the grid, what that needs to look like, and the room type, and develop a kit of parts. We're looking at a universal room concept, but we need it to be able to be customizable to suit the proper need of each patient. So we will look at the different variations and different acuities between med-surg, critical care, we have a behavioral health component, as well as women's and neonatal services. As we look at the varying types of options we can do in the patient rooms, we kind of help narrow that down, going back to benchmark standards and those goals and objectives to help measure those. And also looking at the space, the flexibility around the patient bed so we can serve the different acuity levels of the patient. But then as we capture each of those options, we go through a process called choosing by advantages. So we're taking these options and processing them analytically and reassuring that we've made the right decision with the correct room that we move forward with. We did this process with Houston Methodist across 10 campuses as they were expanding in the Houston area. We've implemented over 1,500 patient rooms with them, over 3 million square feet. We're now working with them, it's under construction on their Cypress campus, their next gen patient room. The bones of that patient room we started with them 10 years ago is very much similar, but what we've been doing is not only the high touch, but integrating more of the high tech. We have advanced monitoring systems integrated into these spaces, as well as amenities for the patient and families to control that environment. These two examples, when we started working with them, they wanted to understand their benchmark. The buildings were completed and occupied, what was going to be our ranking and their standard, and they're labeled number 1 and number 2 in Texas.
So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the success metrics. I know we're running a little short on time, but the reality is we don't know what matters to you guys just yet. Our job is to listen and to identify those together. At the beginning, though, we do speak a common language of budget, schedule, and scope alignment. And so my job is to work through that. I grew up in Arlington. I've got most of my family still lives in Tarrant County, so it means a lot to me to have a fiduciary responsibility to guard what matters to you guys as well as the finances of this project. And so from design through construction, ultimate success metrics, we can measure those at occupancy. So we're going to develop them along the way. It takes this to get there. To do that, one of the tools that we're going to use is a dynamic scheduling strategy, because time is money, right? And so pool planning, it allows us to go through to really understand what the issues are in an environment right now, as John mentioned earlier, with a market, construction market the way it is, with the volatility, with the supply chain demands. It's key that we understand the critical alignment, as well as things that are not in align, so that we can work through it from identification at the beginning, through validation and defining decision protocols in a timely manner, to implementation, so that we can identify what strategies we can take to successfully develop the project. As an example, this is an example of a digital pool planning strategy that we recently completed on a UT Southwestern project. Understanding that not everyone speaks that language, doesn't always like to look at Gantt charts, we do develop executive leadership schedules so that you guys clearly understand what decisions need to be made, because again, decisions will, and lack of, will cost more time and more money. So how do we do this? Well, it starts by analyzing the past. We're going to go through a three-step process of looking at benchmark cost estimates and on similar projects of scale and complexity, so that we can truly identify a framework, a foundation of information. And then we're going to go through our scenario-based planning exercises, where we're going to take those costs that we've developed, those cost models at the beginning, and apply them to real-world solutions that we're going to develop as we go. And then as it gets into the construction, going through a real-world cost analysis. That way, understanding all of this, we can project what the future will be. Working from macro to micro. On a project recently that I mentioned before, running through this process, by the time the guaranteed maximum price was established, we were within 2.5% of the original budget. Again, understanding that this project is very complex, and trying to be good stewards of the financial dollars that you guys have afforded this, we have two strategies for timed occupancy. John, would you like to talk a little bit about some of the timed occupancy?
Timed occupancy is a really important thing for the facility. Sometimes we want to shell out because we don't quite know what we need to do right now, but we have to build in flexibility for future functions. That's one aspect of timed occupancy. But just as importantly is sometimes we have to generate revenue quite quickly. So how do we situate the building? How do we construct the building? How do we sequence the building so parts of it are open while it's still under construction? Therefore, we're bringing that revenue stream in at the same time. Those are the two aspects of timed occupancy that we warrant a lot of study on. But to basically bring this to a close, and I thank you for listening. I know you guys have had an extremely long day and went through like a super duper thunderstorm there at the same time. But just to recap, these two firms have over 150 years of experience in architectural practice. 150 years. 10,000 healthcare projects. 50 replacement hospitals. 60 academic medical centers. 12 million square feet of clinical healthcare space in the last 10 years. 5,000 behavioral health beds in acute care setting. That's what this team brings in experience. In process, I hope we showed that we understand the design process, how it impacts the community, but more importantly, how we check and balance that, either with discrete event simulation. It's very important that we always check and balance so that we don't commit to doing something that hasn't been checked first, which is very important to us. But that process also goes on to how Jaron explained, we make sure we have a robust budget reconciliation process. Because in this environment, if we don't initiate that, costs can go out of scale here. And everyone in this room, I know there's a lot of folks in this room, but we thought we should bring them in because each person in this room is actually a leader in their firm, but they're also going to be a leader in this project. Because that's what it's going to take. This is a very difficult project. We're also already here on campus, so we've gotten to spend a lot of time with JPS. trained by JPS in their process and protocols, and hopefully understand what's going on campus, and we'd like to carry that through to this project as well. But what's not on here is that we understand the pressures that are on safety net health systems and their obligations. There's a huge sense of urgency with that. We promise you guys that we will match that urgency. We will be there every step of the way with JPS, hopefully ahead of them so that they don't have to work harder than us. And with that, I want to thank you all for this opportunity. It's a generational project, and it's going to be one of the best things that happens to North Texas. So with that, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, commissioners or staff?
What size is this project? How many square feet? What size is the project?
It's 1 million square feet, ma'am. Approximately.
We may be all questioned out, so. All right, anybody have anything else?
So you guys have clearly worked together before, correct?
Absolutely.
On a number of projects,
Yes, ma'am.
this size. Okay, do y'all office in Dallas, Tarrant County, each of you have your own offices?
We have our own offices, yes. We are officed in Dallas County. Majority of our team members are officed here in Tarrant County with our consultancy team. So it's a blended team.
Okay. So you're two big high-end firms. How do you handle leadership and communication back to JPS?
Well, we work with them daily. I mean, you answer that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm already engaged with both the Broadus Levis side as well as Lou's side, and working with Lou and Ivy and Adam and all of the leadership on that side. And we attend weekly every Monday morning meetings with the core group, and then throughout the week for communication.
Okay. So, looking at MWBE participation, do you already have subcontractors on deck? You have subs that you already work with? Do you have a breakout of who those firms are?
Yes, we do. We mentioned at the very beginning slide, we had several of them listed there. Yes, and then to help ease the understanding of it, we color coded which ones are local and which ones are
Could you
MWB.
possibly go back to
Yes.
that thought?
Yeah, absolutely. You also have a printout in front of you for future reference if you need it.
It's the color coding that I was interested in.
Yeah, certainly.
There it
I
is.
can point to it.
It's
If you go on this little chart.
14 or something.
Yeah. There you go. There it is. There you go. Yeah, it's animated all the way through. There you go. So the ones that are highlighted in the blue kind of cyan are MWBE, and then red is Tarrant County. And so where you see both, that means they're both here in Tarrant County as well as MWBE.
Can you point out the African-American firms?
Let's see. I don't know if we have any African American owned in the group. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, I don't know that.
And the Hispanic firms?
Martinez Moore, Hispanic.
So the others would be,
White women?
I think it ranges. Yeah, Melva.
B&H is a minority firm, and.
Native American.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
Native
correct.
American.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, what?
And a
AG&E. These two are female owned. AG&E's, I believe it's Native American.
And I think it's important to note that we built around the RFP for component team members that we need to start with. It's a very dynamic process, and we're very much about collaborating, bringing the right teams to the mix, and ensuring that as we onboard additional members of this team, that we can get this mix to where everybody feels comfortable with it.
Well, I think you probably like all the contractors, when you bid a project, you know, you get a number of firms that submit bids, and you don't know today necessarily who all they'll be, so you may, I would think you would probably add other minority firms as you move through your process.
I completely agree with you, Commissioner.
And y'all understand that JPS's 25% goal is a floor, not a ceiling.
That is correct. Yes, sir. 100%.
So there are several other projects happening in this bond program at the same time. How will you coordinate with other projects?
So one of the slides that I had up before, part of my responsibility is to engage all of the various consultant teams that JPS is working with. We're already actively doing that. In fact, just yesterday, myself and Darren attended the CP project. Lou and his team asked us to stay for their meeting to just provide that continuity and consistency and collaboration. And tomorrow I'm going to be working, Darren and I are going to be working with the Jacobs CEP team and KAI to do a pros cons matrix so the JPS leadership team can make an informed decision.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
Anybody else have anything? Anything y'all would like to add before you go?
We're just so happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you for
Thank you for
allowing
being
us.
here. Thank you for the thorough presentation.
You say you're already working on the JPS campus.
Yes,
What are you doing?
we are the lead AE team working on the Pavilion North expansion, which will tie into the podium of this hospital.
Okay.
And then also helping understand the overall master plan and how the infrastructure will traverse there. So that's part of it.
So again, those subs that you have listed up there, that's not the end. You have
That's correct.
additional work,
Yes, ma'am.
substantial work, not where they get pennies.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we know exactly. What we know right now is based on the RFQ that was submitted, but as we talked about throughout the presentation, the project is going to evolve as we work with you all and listen. And so that as more and more opportunities just come about, that is our intention, is to continue to grow the team.
And maybe a point of clarification. So we've had different contracting methods that you've seen so far. One of those types is design build, where the contract and the architect have come together, and on the contracting side is when the projects get bid out, and on the construction side, there's a lot more subs that are involved. This particular project doesn't meet the needs of a design build. It's a truly architect engineer engagement first, and then pretty soon we'll be bringing to you the construction manager at risk. So the contractor will come in, and that's where you're going to see a lot more of the subs where the projects get bid out and things like that. So just to clarify that, I know we've seen two different contracting methodologies. This one's a little bit different. It's very common, but not like the design build where a team like this would be focused on the subs coming during the construction phase. That'll come to you a little bit later.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, so much for your time. We really appreciate it. We're looking forward to having the opportunity to work with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Connor, if we could take about.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 10-minute break here, let the other group set up, and we'll be back in here. So let's be back in here no later than 4:15. All right, we got everybody here? Sure. Do you have anything? No, I think we're ready to go. Okay, all right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to it, so take it away from here.
We are really excited to be here. Thank you all very much. I know it's the last presentation of the day here for you, but we're going to try to keep it energetic. We only have 30 minutes, so we're going to keep it moving, but please feel free to jump in and ask any questions. My name is Scott Bennett. I am the lead of Beck's Fort Worth office, and I'm really excited about the team that we have here with us today. We have a lot of support members that aren't here today, but we are all very excited to be here and really lean into the vision of transforming healthcare for the communities that we serve. What sets us apart? The Beck Group this is a local team. It's a local team with a bunch of really strong experts in their field. We are a part of this community, and we have been here a long time, and we've had the opportunity to work on some great projects in this city and in this county and region.
We've also been doing design and construction in healthcare with healthcare clients in Tarrant County for a long time. These are a few of our more recent projects that we've completed, and actually that Hughley Hospital over there, we are currently doing the design and construction on their critical care tower and their ED expansion. So we enjoy doing work here locally. In addition, our team has a wealth of experience on the national level. So these are a few of our projects that, as team members we've worked on. Two of those projects are projects that I was able to work on. The Metro Health Lick Center is very similar to this project. It's a county hospital that was a replacement hospital. It was the catalyst for that community. It's up in Cleveland, Ohio. It's a great project. And then the James Cancer Hospital. I was actually the administrator of that hospital when they decided to do their replacement, and it was really the project that made it energized me to start getting into this business and to really work with clients and help them realize their strategic vision.
So we believe another differentiator is our team. And we believe that successful teams don't just happen by accident, they're deliberately developed to achieve specific results. And that's really how we've approached our team. So we've got a multidisciplinary team, a local team strengthened by a multidisciplinary team of experts, with each of these segments having leadership and a strong team below them. We've also got Dallas Hughes. Dallas Hughes is our project manager on this project. And Dallas is a very strong, big project manager. He's got, like I said, big project experience. He's also a steady leader, a focused leader, and really able to get team consensus and big groups moving in the right direction.
Name is really Dallas.
He said he has to change his name.
He's changing his name today.
It's
gonna be Tarrant later.
That's right.
I don't really have a follow-up to that. Along with Dallas, like I mentioned, the team brings considerable experience and strength in this with our unit leaders of programming, planning, design, and delivery. So each of these teams has a focus leader and a specialist team under them to make sure that we deliver this project like it needs to be delivered. So let's talk about our commitment to diversity. With opportunity comes responsibility. And we know a project as important as this, as visible as this in the community, has a lot of responsibility to not only, we have the responsibility to use this project to not only deliver the best we can, but also enhance the community through the project. And we have already put a lot of effort into this and developed a really strong plan where we can achieve right now at 33%. And this is the floor, not the ceiling. As we continue to get onboarded and look at the definition of the project, we truly believe that we can do better than this. We've got great partners that we've already spoken with.
Community outreach and engagement are going to be absolutely critical. It's one of the reasons why I'm so excited to have Danica Franks on our team. Danica and I will be really focused on the outreach. But partnering for us is not just checking the box. We truly believe that there are a lot of great partners out there in the community that we can bring into this to have the desire and also have the ability to bring value to this project, like Stacy Marshall that we've met. Yeah. So we also know that as we proceed, it's important to make sure that we're providing you with the feedback and the evidence that we are doing what we say we could do. So over the course of the project, we'll be using tools like our MWVBE project dashboard, as well as our MWVBE project report to provide updates on a regular basis to you and the entire JPS team to make sure, again, that our commitments that we make to you and to the community, that we're doing them and that we're meeting the goals as we progress. It's also important for us to continue to engage with the organizations and the individuals that have helped us be successful in the past. I personally am on the board of the Fort Worth Metropolitan Black Chamber of Commerce, but the Hispanic Chamber, Southeast Fort Worth Inc., I mentioned Stacy, the Near South Side, and in many of the other organizations, we're going to need as much exposure and communication as we can get to really get the participation. It's different in a design project than a construction project. You have to really go get the participation. And we've got a lot of the great partners on board, and they're already established, but we're going to keep looking for more. Oh, let me just mention one thing, I'm sorry. Just proud of the fact that the Beck School of Construction has been in existence for 4 years now. It's something we started along with the city of Fort Worth, and it's contributed $19 million worth of volume to small minority-owned businesses, and we want to carry that program through and continue to get the participation that we need.
So while, as Scott mentioned, we're in the community, I actually live here in Fort Worth. My name is Danica Franks, and I'm a board-certified emergency medicine physician. I also was the inaugural Dean of Students at the TCU School of Medicine, so I've had some great opportunities to do powerful work already in this community. I actually trained at UT Southwestern. I trained at Parkland, don't hold it against me, but I did do a rotation at JPS as a medical student, as a family medicine rotation, which was absolutely stellar. And about 8 years ago, we moved here because my husband, Chauncey Franks, actually works at the TCU main campus, works with all the athletic programs there. And so we get a chance to work with all of the fun things that have been happening over there, including football, which was super, super fun this year until it wasn't. But now we're hosting super regionals, right? And so we're excited about that. One of the things that I had the opportunity to do working through the THR umbrella in my clinical practice was actually at Willow Park and in Burleson and in Alliance. I had the opportunity to really understand the healthcare needs of our community of Tarrant County. And they are as diverse as the members of Tarrant County. And so one of the things too, and you guys can see the headline on this particular slide, we have one area within our Tarrant County community that definitely stands out. And I think many of us would say that it stands out for the reasons that we don't want it to, right? And so the 76104 community actually has the lowest life expectancy of any zip code in the entire state of Texas. And an opportunity like looking and rethinking about the JPS replacement hospital as a way for us to rethink and come up with strategies to help address that. And so we look forward to that. As being the local team, we are invested in finding great ways to solve problems like this. And of course, the other things that are actually also plaguing our community here in Tarrant County.
Thank you, Danica. So how are we going to do this? I want to take you through some of our design process and our measures of success. So we're here to make JPS and the team successful. So we feel like we've established the team members for the right team for the right project. So this is an example of how, with a big project like this, we really need to come to consensus with you all of trying to go ahead and develop an executive team, a core team, it could be steering teams. Again, how to kind of break up and then the decision-making tree on this so that we can make timely decisions for the whole project team to be successful. So cost is on everybody's mind. So cost is not the result of design, but it's rather an integral component of it. So I think that's what really sets us apart as a design team, is that we, as we're designing, have cost at the forefront. I want to show you some of those tools that we use. So this is the building evolution. So step one is the programming at the conceptual design phase, where we start looking at several different building blocks, massing, and we start putting together pricing as far as the historical cost analysis that we do for the project. We'll have several scenarios at that point, but then we move into schematic design, where we're again refining the design and really taking the different options and seeing what really is right sizing the building for the right cost. And then once we start optimizing that design, we'll get down to one design, and then we start really working with trade partners and getting the model to where it's actually being priced off of, so you can guarantee that the pricing is accurate. These are some of our tools. This is the historical project comparison, to where we'll compare your project with other projects across the nation. So it's a very, very good tool for benchmarking. We also do forecasting, so we can make sure where escalation's going and really be able to track that so there's no surprises. Value analysis. This is a little hard to see, but you can kind of see, we'll do an analysis of good, better, best, so we can design the right spaces and put the money where it really needs to belong. And then we'll constantly monitor and trend the analysis of our model and where we are based upon the price. So this is an example of our model-based estimating. So as we're designing, our pre-con guys are actually pricing the job with us. So you're not issuing a set of documents and waiting for a price. We know what the price is. So you can guarantee and really rely upon that accuracy of the price.
We know that you guys have spent a lot of time building this Blue Ribbon report. It's the labor of love for many of you. So our team has taken the time to really digest it, to understand it, and it gives us a good lens into your why. In particular, why this project is so important for the community that it serves. We pulled out some key drivers from that report. You can kind of see them up here on the screen. And these measures of success will live through the life of the project. So as the design team is moving through the project, this is a multi-year project. And so leaders may come and go, but as long as you set these measures of success early on, you're always going back to them, and it really helps the team make decisions. And we're gonna wanna align these, with JPS leadership. So what their goals are and what the goals are for the organization at the beginning of the project. So one of the things that we have found in our experience is that if you take the time on the front end of a project to really understand all the parameters, the goals, the guardrails, it allows you to then move through the design process much more efficiently. So you're not having to go back and revisit something. You take that time at the beginning to truly understand. With that in mind, we're gonna look in a little more deeper lens into that pre-design phase. So what's happening during, activation, discovery, programming, and concept development. This is really that critical time for a project, and it really sets the tone and the pace. So as you move through the life of the project. And we wanna make sure that when we're moving into schematic design, that we are in full alignment on program and cost. We want to be right there so that by the time we really get to drawing, we know what our parameters are. So let's talk a little bit about program validation. So as I said, this is one of the key elements within that pre-design process. The space program is really the guide for the architectural team. It's what tells them what to draw. So it's really important to understand this. And we want to be really intentional with how we assess the work that's been done, and then how we want to validate it and how that translates into that space. And we're doing it for all the departments. So think about within a hospital, how many departments there are. Lots of departments. And we really need to understand how they plan to run and operate in order to do the work that they need to do, which is saving lives. So we're gonna build that program, and we wanna also inform it with operational findings, experiential findings, and if there's anything around the site, whether it's, a site constraint anything that is going on with the size of the site that might also influence the program. So we will be integrating that operations experience through the following process. So at the heart of the community and then the heart of the hospital are people. Patients, their families, hospital staff, and we, through our work with JPS, we'll use design thinking to deeply understand what the experience and day in the life of is for those people. First, we start to understand the lens of the patient, what it's like for them, and what are the processes that create that experience. Through that, we find flaws, we find bottlenecks, all things that generally add up to higher than necessary operating costs for the hospital. With that in mind, we're able to start thinking about a future state operating model, components of which are people, processes, technology, and of course the built environment, in a way that removes some of those bottlenecks, that prevents the bottlenecks, and promotes a higher value experience for all of those stakeholders.
So when we're thinking about community engagement, the purpose of community engagement is to obviously engage the community, but in this project, it's going to be to center the leaders of Tarrant County, the leaders of JPS, with the community that they serve. And I think many of us probably saw a few weeks ago that the City Council named the Medical District an Innovation District, which is incredibly exciting, right? The possibilities of that are so limitless. And I think we would be remiss to not acknowledge that JPS has been the home of our medical district for so long. And so it's a real opportunity for us to think about how to carry JPS into that phase of innovation and creativity and other aspects of what that means.
So what comes after what comes next? And that's how we're gonna live. We're gonna live today, we're gonna think about the future, all at the same time. And how we do that is through an evidence-based methodology to treat them. Healthcare right now is at a tipping point, and it's a wonderful time to start to think about how far out you want to go on that innovation curve. And so we're going to use this methodology, and we're going to look at it through a number of different lenses. This particular slide looks at what it's like to wait in the hospital. We've all done it. Healthcare is transactional. It's an event, and you participate accordingly. But the world is passing us by, and the opportunity through looking at the research, not just what people think is happening, to look at measured results, start to play those out so we can get those who are participating in the conversation to think differently and begin to think out about being transformational in the way you'll deliver care. You have a great opportunity with a team like this to be at the forefront of bringing this conversation forward throughout the country. The next thing that we certainly want to do, and Danica, where'd you go, Danica has spent a fair amount of time, but this idea of understanding that there are downward forces causing us to have social determinants of care, and a lot of it is access. It's access through the wrong portals. We'll begin to understand how the design of the built environment gives you an opportunity to really transform those transformations and begin to create some upward trends in how we will open the doors and do more than just deal with illness and disease, but bring health and well-being into this community.
So one of my favorite questions that I get asked, as an emergency medicine physician is, how do you go from the most reactive type of medicine there is, right? Like you don't hardly get more reactive than emergency medicine to standing in front of a group of people and talking about prevention. And I will tell you the answer to that is you just go into clinical practice and you see how hard it is to maintain this culture of reaction. Like we're just putting Band-Aids on stuff. We're not actually hitting the actual core of what's needed. And one of the things I loved when I was reading the Blue Ribbon Report, which, as Sarah mentioned, it's so critical to hear the voices of, the people who are thinking and understanding what our community needs. And this is what they said. What do we want to prioritize? Let's prioritize education. Let's prioritize employment. Let's look at access to healthy food, which we're gonna talk about. Safe neighborhoods, stable housing, transportation, these are the social determinants of health. And if 50%, I don't know if you saw the slide before, but if 50% of the status of your health is impacted by social determinants, then we have to create a healthcare system that addresses that, right? Less reactive, more preventative in nature. And one of the things that I've enjoyed talking about in a couple of the venues, as a physician who's now working in the design and architecture space, is moving our system from a sick care system, which is what we have, to a healthcare system. And we have some opportunities, in ways that we want to address that. Now, I will tell you, I could stand up here and talk to you about this alone for probably 2 hours. I will not do that, but if you invite me back, I will. And, so why? Why is this important? So again, prevention, right? Prevention it is. But there is a huge movement right now in healthcare to look at food as medicine. And when you look at communities like the historic hillside community, Southside community, Morningside communities, one of the biggest barriers that they're facing right now is access to food. Food is a huge determinant in terms of what your healthy state will be. And food is medicine, I won't bore you, but the crux of it is that you look at food from the prevention lens. So you give food to prevent disease. And when disease occurs, you give food. It's the treatment, it's the prescription. And there's an entire movement within our industry right now that has found a way to actually bill for this, which is always the problem with prevention, right? It's how do you bill for it? So I'm excited to think about things like that with our community leaders, with JPS. One of the things that you do when you build a robust food as medicine program is you build a teaching kitchen to come alongside it. And this is this whole concept. If we are going to move from sick care to healthcare, we have to give people reasons to come into healthcare environments and work with providers when they're not sick, right? This is a great way to complement that. What would it look like if we had spaces within this new facility that were based and steeped in education, both for the staff and for patients?
So making this hospital a community resource is no accident. We will do so intentionally. If you think about any public building that you walk into, it's the first 6 feet up the drive, the first 60 seconds in the door. Buildings give clues as to what they mean. This is an example of a hospital that Sarah pointed out earlier at Cleveland Metro North. They created a venue for community activities within their space. So their main lobby entry invites the public in and starts to say, we're a resource for you, and we'd like you to come in. Fundamental to who we are as human beings is our connection to nature. I'll bet if you could have picked anywhere in the world to be today, it wouldn't have been in this room, it would have been outside. Maybe not in the rainstorm, but enjoying nature. Nature, most of the fundamental research that tipped off the evidence-based design movement in healthcare 20 years ago was about reduction of pain, reducing length of stay, and it meant giving a view of nature, if not through a window, having access. And we've gotten so much better, and you'll see in a few minutes an idea of how we'll incorporate nature, not only for patients and families, but also for staff. And we have some significant issues related to how we sort of decant the stresses on our staff. So we certainly will be looking at nature to do so.
Okay, so this is the other bandwagon that I can get on for a really long time. It's okay. Training, right? So training within the hospital. You know what this is? This is pipeline. So before the pandemic, we were already in healthcare trying to address this great attrition, and the pandemic did nothing but accelerate that. And what that means is we have an aging population and we have a declining number of healthcare providers. And it's been really exciting to be a physician, to be a medical educator in our space, because now across the Metroplex, we have 4 medical schools, 2 of which are now here in Fort Worth. And we have a growing number of GME programs. And I will actually counter and say that the pipeline really starts well before that. So if you really want to build a pipeline, it starts with working at YWLA, working at YMLA, working within our ISDs that are within Tarrant County and building that pipeline up. And one of my favorite roles that I get to serve in is the incoming chair of YWLA. If you know anything about that organization, it's awesome. But the point here is that within JPS, we actually have the full arc of what it takes to become a physician. You've got undergraduate medical education, graduate medical education, residency, and you've got continuing medical education. This, again, this replacement hospital is an opportunity for us to look at building our pipeline, building the workforce that will take care of you, take care of me, take care of the future of Tarrant County for a long time to come. So something more discreet, but also should follow the proactive versus reactive mindset that my colleagues have brought up, is safety and security. We think about this in two ways. First, we design and think about it, plan it into everything we do as a thread throughout, not a siloed activity. While we're doing that, we want to create an environment where patients, families, team members, community members inherently know they're secure. They're not thinking about it, so their minds and their hearts can focus on health and their mission at hand. This is a really exciting time to be in healthcare, probably to be in society. So Roz earlier mentioned the innovation curve, and we've had so many exciting conversations among our team over the last several months about what are some of the most important innovation factors that this new hospital and this community could benefit from. Two of those are access and communication. So when we think about access for patients who are facing social determinants, who have complex lives outside of their health, we think about how can access create a more seamless experience for them to reach their care team when they're in the hospital or before the hospital, really shifting to taking care of things when they occur. From a communication standpoint, inherently we think of course telemedicine and things that broaden the reach of healthcare. But when we think about the people taking care of patients, we want them to be able to communicate seamlessly and readily, no matter where they are in the care network. So as this ecosystem and as we infuse technology into the system of care and the system of health for JPS and the Fort Worth community, the hospital facility will need to track with that. We'll need to modernize in how it serves the community. So there are a couple things that we will expect to happen in the hospital. So one, patients overall, the census of the hospital, the collective census will be sicker. We're going to see other care happen in the community, telemed, and so the hospital itself will be sicker. So with that, they'll have different care, different needs, some of which we don't even know what they are yet. The innovation, the speed of innovation, the speed of new medicine, the speed of new devices for diagnosing and treating health conditions is happening faster than ever. So the facility and the rooms themselves really must be ready for that. We don't know what it is, but we can design in a way that they're flexible and ready. The next thing is the way the rooms are laid out, whether they're this way or this way, should be able to be reconfigurable to different volumes and populations and clusters, if you will. So we like to think about how does the facility as a whole and the rooms within it make themselves ready for a very uncertain future.
So if you haven't figured out yet, a lot of what we're doing is we're going to use design of the built environment to nudge behaviors. And the building can do that. There's proof we know how to do it. We've been talking a lot about the inside of the building, the technology, and how the built environment is important to people inside. Let's go outside. Let's take a look at site and building massing. Michael.
Sure. Hey, Graham, you join me up here. So we want to talk a little bit about the master plan, and it's been exciting to take a look at this and how the JPS hospital can potentially connect to the community. Obviously, we're showing a circulation diagram, but we also want to show you these rings. Each one of these rings represents a minute walk. And This is really close to the Fairground District, very close to Magnolia, which are becoming very walkable. So the idea that you can actually walk to and from this hospital is a really cool idea.
Yeah, we've taken kind of a first look at some of the circulation patterns that can happen out here. So looking at things like keeping the public circulation separate from service so they're not intersecting, looking at the ED drop-off, the ambulance drop-off, but also looking at how we can orient the building to make the main entry more visible and an easy spot to find. So if you look at this approach, this is where we're talking about trying to make that main entry very visible. We know that that's super important. Ross talked about first impressions, and if you're lost, you can't find the entry and frustrated when you enter the hospital, that's just a terrible start to the beginning of your healthcare journey.
Yeah, for orientation, this is the view down South Main. You're looking facing south from the north.
So Michael and I have been sketching through various options, had a lot of fun kind of working through some ideas, but what's missing from this dialogue is input from JPS and the staff there. So we as designers pride ourselves at being good listeners. We like to listen to our clients and let what they need actually inform this design. So we would definitely use these as a starting point, as these are some ideas, but work through various multiple additional iterations with the team to create the best option for both JPS and the Fort Worth community.
Yeah, and let's go to the next slide. This shows some of the different options, and just to point out, so we brought some models for you guys to look at too, and each one of these models represents a different bed tower configuration. So again, as we evaluate the ideas, and pass these around if you guys want to look at them, we're not going to come to you with just one idea, right? We're going to come to you with multiple ideas, and we're going to evaluate them against each other. And how we're going to do that is we're going to use the Blue Ribbon Report and some of those metrics, right? And so those are some that we can use. We can also use others as well as we establish them as a team. But that's how we're going to decide what's the best option for this project.
So we've gotten excited about this, as you can tell, and we put together an animation so you guys can understand the kind of feel of what this space has the potential to really become.
We have to turn on our sound because we couldn't get the sound to work here. So just make sure it's working.
So this is kind of that approach we were talking about. As you come down, you can see the main entry. This space on the left is that area where Danica was talking about potential farmers market or some kind of community event can happen.
Yeah, and you can see too, that's the sky bridge from the new parking garage to the hospital. So very, very prominent feature. We have the potential to create some great green space right out the front door of the project and really create a significant part to the campus. This is a view then of the drop-off. So again, we want this to have curb appeal and to be very intuitive where you enter the project and be covered. So you see where the front door is. It's easy to get in and out. And this is a walk along the sky bridge. So you're walking from parking. Again, you're connecting towards the main atrium space. And this level of the bridge connects all of the.
So the interior will be warm, inviting, almost like a hospitality kind of feel. Because this is a teaching hospital, we've looked at integrating some educational elements, like a teaching stair that can serve for lounge space, but also a lecture that could also be used by the community for various events. We're trying to create a sense of transparency, to create sort of an indoor-outdoor feel, connecting the staff and patients to nature.
Imagine leaving the patient's bedside and having to go find a place to just disconnect and find some spiritual warmth. You can walk a labyrinth, maybe. And yet, we can bring you into highly technical spaces that will comfort not only the patient, but loved ones who are here just as stressed.
Yeah. And you can see just some images of the architecture. And again, this is very early on, but it's based on some of the other new buildings that we've created here. So the idea is that you could actually create a brand image of the architecture that can be replicated throughout the community and known to be a JPS project. And the idea too is that we'd like for this project to be a beacon. A project that can be seen, a beacon of hope, a project that can be seen from I-35, from downtown, and from the neighborhoods that surround it, and from the people that go to this hospital. And by the way, one of those people is me. I was born here, raised here, educated here. this is my hospital, and it would just fill me with such pride to be able to work on this project. So thank you.
I want to thank you for having us. We hope you say yes to BEC because together we can say yes to JPS. Thank you very much. Well, I'll turn it over to you for questions.
Thank you, everyone. What, commissioners, any questions? Or any questions from staff?
Johnny, I loved your concepts of food as medicine and medicine as food, the social determinants of health, and how those things impact community health overall. My question is to the team, how do you take those forward-looking concepts and through the built environment lead a bunch of doctors who are stuck in their old paradigms into the future of medicine? How do you accomplish that?
Yes. I know you want to. You're like, ready. Commissioner, one of the greatest joys of my life, I will say, was the work that I was doing at the TCU School of Medicine. So I was there starting in 2017, before we had students. So the inaugural class started in 2019. And in the beginning, we were ideating and doing all kinds of things out of the box. Everything was different. It's a completely different way than the way I trained at UT Southwestern, which is a really traditional program. When those students got there, I was so pleasantly surprised to see what has transpired and what has transitioned over the 20 years it's been since I was a medical student. So one way I will answer that is actually not to address the current working class, those old heads like me, right, and beyond who are working right now in medicine. But this generation of learners that are coming through, they're ready. They are chomping at the bit. They are ready to look at evidence-based practices. So this is not, reinventing the wheel. There's data behind it, what we've presented to you today, and to implement it. And I would also challenge and say too, the data behind these practices is also very compelling. So there are people in my generation and ahead who are ready to look at this differently as well. I think it's possible. I know it's possible. And particularly the food as medicine concept, which again, I could talk to you about it all day. We have within Dallas and Fort Worth a leader, a national leader, who is actually leading that campaign. And she's currently at UT Southwestern, but I think we can bring her over. And she's the one who's found a way to actually take this preventative practice and bill for it and make it a part of how she treats patients. And so these things are being done actively.
So can I just add to that? I've been doing this a very long time. Doctors are frustrated architects, just so you know. And the ability to bring creativity out is how we ask the question. And if we ask whichever group it is we get in front of what they need, they're gonna fix what they currently have. And we build a better old hospital. We do this time and time again. This evidence-based process where we can get the questions on the table and we can bring baseline knowledge beyond what you currently know, because most folks aren't traveling around the country looking at hospitals the way we are. They're not reading the same journals we're reading. And so we help raise that baseline. We create a springboard at a very high level, and we get permission, mitigating risk, to come up with a way to launch innovation. And if we get that question right, then people are willing to take that step with us. And it's a long process, so we'll ideate, we'll go through, prototype, we'll test it. We're not gonna take big risks, but we're gonna take some, and we're gonna do it in a way that, has worked with a team like this that's been around for a very long time. So
We can also
rest
show
assured, we
facilities
can create
where it's
some
working
innovation.
and take tours of those too.
I consider us fortunate to have had Dr. Stuart Flynn on the Blue Ribbon Committee.
which was a very good report and a nice way to start.
So I like how you said you would use design to nudge behavior. That really resonated with me. Because we're talking about architectural and engineering, and I'm going, okay, I hear them saying all this lovely and great stuff. But when you said use design to nudge behaviors, that
Let me give you a great example. Do you have milk on your grocery list every time you go to the grocery store?
just about
Where is it?
in the refrigerator.
In the back of the store.
Oh, in the back of it. Oh, you're right. That's why I go to Guam.
And where do you? It's in the back of the store, and they make you run through all the tempting food aisles to get there.
Get all that bad food.
That was not my accident.
That's right.
That's retail design nudging behavior. They're in your pocket, taking your money out.
Great example.
Can I add a layer to that too, so just very briefly, the other thing, one of the reasons why I've shifted into this work is that I wanted the most meta sort of position ever to be able to influence how we do healthcare, right? And I actually believe that the built environment is a great way to transition into changing practices. You talk about doctors and old habits and people who are stuck in their ways. When we learn in medical school anatomy, there's a reason why they teach anatomy before physiology. And that's because structure often really impacts function, right? How you build something, how something is built impacts how it works. And it's my belief and hypothesis, and this team certainly has done the work, that if you shape the structure, if you shape the functions, if you shape the building, it will shape the functions, right? And so that's one way of also looking at how to shift people into newer ways of thinking as well.
So to give you medical architectural example, for those of you who know anything about healthcare, or maybe not, maybe you've had an MRI. It's one of the scariest procedures for a lot of people. You're not knocked out, and it's overwhelming. And healthcare loses a lot of money because a lot of those 45-minute scans have to be done over and over again because people move or they panic. If a loved one goes in with you and holds your hand while you're being put onto the table, a neurological response happens between touch, through skin, through the nervous system, and will turn the threat switch off in your brain and create a sense of reward. It'll calm you down, and it's been studied, and people will get through the procedure. It's bits of knowledge like that we'll talk to physicians about, or radiologists, or food service people, or whomever it is that's the specialty group will have that kind of knowledge to begin to think, well, then how would we reshape the way we move people through space? How will we reshape the way materials, which Sarah and I have big, there's so many topics we can go on here, but yes, we can.
So Beck is Dallas-based, correct?
Yes, we are. Our corporate office is in Dallas, but we've had an office here. We've been doing work in Fort Worth for over 50 years. I run our local office here.
Okay, and so this office will.
This office has done all the JPS work.
Okay. There are several other projects in the bond program happening at the same time on the JPS campus. How will you coordinate with the other projects?
I can talk a little bit about that. I mean, we're involved in some of these, but it's important to understand in terms of whether it's design or construction and what utilization of the space is going to need. But there is, working with Lou and Derek and the team, there's a lot of information out there, and there's a lot of coordination in terms of utilities that needs to happen. So it's really communication, and communication up front and early, getting into the details of what's going on with the property, what's underneath what we're looking at currently, and coordinating with all the work that needs to happen in the area. Because whether it be central utilities plant, MOB, garage, medical home, there's just a lot of different things that are going on. And so they're a collection of individual projects, but they need to tie together. And so it's really coordinating with JPS closely and the other teams, and having a spirit of collaboration when it comes to working together.
Okay, so you've been here 50 years. You have experience working with the the city of Fort Worth and,
Yes.
planning and zoning. and
Yes,
all that good
yes,
stuff.
we were. Yes. Years and years, and we've got a lot of really good contacts to help us also work with the city. One of the things that's a challenge right now is just there's an overload. And so we've got a lot of good partners that we're working with to help navigate through the city's processes in a much more expedient way. So these are good people that have been here a long time.
Okay, talk more about your, MWPDE, program. Do you, have minority firms already on deck
We do.
to go?
We do. Yes, we've got a handful of firms, I don't know if you want to go back to this slide, but we've been working on this for quite some time. As I mentioned earlier, design is different than construction.
Yes.
And you really need to go dig and find the firms. And we're also trying to make sure that the representation that we have on this project reflects the community. And so it's evolving, and once we get into the project, we'll be able to tie more down. But we're really excited about the partners that we have.
So what ethnicities, what races are those firms?
Well,
Ownership of-
KAI is an African-American firm.
Okay.
This would be
Which
one,
is also involved, Jacobs on the central utility plant,
yes,
on design of that plant.
yes. And so this would be one of the bigger partners. We would work with KAI in an architectural production capacity, and this is a discussion that we've already had, been ready to come on board.
Well, in Dallas, actually went to school with Darren.
With Darren.
Yeah, they've known each other for over 35 years, so.
38 years.
I hate to say that, but anyway.
And so Danika's firm, oh, okay. Danika's firm, Community Flourish. And then we've got, Ponce Fius is Latin. B&H is Latin as well.
Native American.
Excuse me, Native American, yes. And then I am not certain about those two.
Well, comment is rise.
Yeah, Plymouth.
Yeah, but I mean, okay. But the opportunities are still out there too, because once.
I'm sorry, he was,
No.
interrupting you.
I was interrupted. Was there an additional question?
So do you see, opportunity for other
Yes,
minority firms?
absolutely. These are the things we know. These are the things we're locked into right now. But as we get into this project, we understand the magnitude, what the details are. There's opportunities to bring in more partnerships on this project. And Danica and I, that's really what a lot of our focus will be.
So how are y'all reaching out to those? What type of outreach are you doing?
Well, let me just talk a little bit. And part of this, as I mentioned, Station Marshall earlier, he was really excited about potentially getting involved in this. But there's the external outreach and the internal outreach. And for this project being designed, we need to get out into the community and start talking about this project early, working with JPS to hold public meetings, announce the meetings with the local chambers and the locally minority organizations, and help get the word out so that we can get the design talent and the consultants to come and be a part of this team. As I mentioned, it's a lot more challenging to find consultants and architecture minority partners, but it's doable if you get out there and communicate. And we've got a really good pool to pull from here. But right now, with the plan that we've got, this is a firm plan. This is not just a chicken scratch. We put numbers to scopes. We feel the KAI number has the ability to flex up. And so we've baselined this. Like I said, the floor is 33% right now. This is the minimum. We know we can do better. But what we want to do is get in and start engaging firms and then really look at the scopes.
You have relationships with the Asian Chamber, the regional Hispanic Chamber?
Yes, yeah, we're members of them.
RBCA.
Yep, RBCA, I mentioned I sit on the board of the Fort Worth Metropolitan Black Chamber of Commerce.
NAMAC.
Yep, NAMAC, yes. They're all really critical because you really do have to dig deep and to find these firms. And, this program is about helping firms increase capacity and do better. And so we know that it's going to take some mentorship and some learning, and that's the whole point. Danica, what about?
I was just gonna say, let's build a pipeline. I mean, honestly, this particular topic that we're discussing, there are reasons why it's difficult. And that's pervasive in many. And one of the things that we have the opportunity to do with these existing relationships, so working with Stacy, working with our local ISDs, working with YMLA, YWLA, and really start to encourage more people to go into this work, right? There's opportunities for us to really build this pipeline, in addition to meeting the requirement that we need to for this project.
Yeah, the requirement's the minimum. You know, we found that it feels like everybody's always late to the game. And so early communication, early broadcasting, that's really important because that way you get the most attention. And then also breaking up the work so the smaller companies really have a shot at getting involved. And so when we can break down those scopes. Yes, sir.
Well, is bonding still a major issue for small companies?
Bonding?
Bonding.
No, this will not be.
Performance of payment bonding.
Yeah, with a construction project, it would be, but this would not. Yeah, and yes. That's not an issue.
Does meeting either objective, the target objective or the projected target, add to the cost of the project?
No, that's why it needs to happen early. That's why we got moving on this plan right away. If you try to do these things later, the quality and the cost suffer.
Who is the CEO of Beck?
Fred Paul.
What relationship does Beck have with Beck Ventures?
Beck Ventures, I believe, is a developer.
It's not really.
Not related to you in any way, shape, or form?
Different else.
Okay. Totally just have to be the same name?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I like the preliminary plan. I mean, it looks great. Beck obviously has a great relationship in Fort Worth and Tarrant County. I'm proud to have all the medical schools in Precinct 4. And I'm proud to have JPS in Precinct 4. What major obstacles do y'all foresee? What headwinds do you think a project like this runs into? What have you anticipated and how do you anticipate breaking through?
Well,
Do you want me to start?
yeah, you start. I've been talking too much.
I would say, what I foresee is probably some of the initial challenges is really on that front end of the project, that getting the project up and off the ground and ensuring that from a governance standpoint, how we are organized, taking the time to do that. On a project of this size, and I've led and participated in a number of this size and magnitude of a project, taking that time at the beginning in order to set yourself up for success just pays so many dividends. And I know Lou and Derek are probably feeling some of the pains of us maybe not doing that on our first project out of the gate. But, these are things that we can do and setting us up for success. And, it's a challenge, but it's a challenge that this is the right team to be able to help us organize, help us kind of set how are we going to communicate to each other? Is it going to be, through single people? Is it going to be, hey, every time you're communicating, you need to communicate to these 5 people? It's kind of what you would think are simple things, but when you're in a project like this with a lot of players, we just talked about multiple, partners and consultants that are going to be on a project of this size. How we communicate to each other, how we collaborate with each other, how we treat each other, because we're gonna have moments of disagreement. We're gonna have moments of tension. And we all need to be able to work through that constructively. And so many times when you see large projects have issues, it is usually a breakdown in communication and expectations. So if we can work on that at the start and have a baseline of how we're going to work together. And it goes back to how we're going to work with all the other teams on the campus. It's not just this project. It's how are all these teams going to be working together? It's really important. And I see that as being one of the most critical things for success.
I think there's an important public component to this too, where we really need to be over communicating and transparent and really sticking close with the GPS team to make sure that we're meeting the expectations along the way. As Sarah said, we've been working together and we've learned a lot and we know we need to get better at every step, but we've got a really good relationship with the team. But it's going to be such an incredibly visible project. We know the numbers are firm. We need to really hit the mark on this. And it's going to be a massive undertaking, but we're ready to do it. And we feel like we've been able to really apply a lot of the lessons that we've learned helped us shape this team, and we're ready for it. All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do have to close this meeting down.
I'm ready to be done with this.
Judge, you didn't hear it here, though. You don't need to go back.
Oh, we don't? Oh, okay, good.
So long for being important.
So you have scoring sheets on the back of your material. And I asked them to just complete it and submit it to our office.
Scoring sheet.
Where are they at?
They're in the front.
When do you need
I'm
it?
sure in the front of your book.
When do you want it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, that's, yeah, I got you.
The scoring sheet is only at the end of the front. It looks just like this. Very simple sheet.
Okay.
Don't need to sign.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you all.
I appreciate you all.
Okay. All right, we've had a lengthy meeting. Thank you, everyone, commissioners, for your diligence, GK. I will entertain a motion to adjourn our
So
meeting.
moved.
Second.
Motion to adjourn to second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.